The Masked World by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dale Grothman. The Masked World by Jack Williamson. The planet hid itself from the Earthmen, and what lay behind the mask was fierce and deadly. The planet wore a mask. At 10 million miles, it was a sullen yellow eye. At 1 million, a scarred and evil leer. Outside the smoking circle our landing jets had sterilized, it was a hideous veil of hairy black tentacles and huge sallow blooms, hiding the riddle of its sinister genes. On most worlds that we astronauts have found, the life is vaguely like our own. Similar nucleotides are linked along similar helical chains of DNA, carrying similar genetic messages. A similar process replicates the chains when the cells divide, to carry the complex blueprints for a particular root, or eye, or wing, accurately down across 10,000 generations. But even the genes were different here, enormously complicated. Here the simplest seeming weed had more and longer chains of DNA than anything we had seen before. What was their message? We had come to read it with our new genetic microprobe. 100 precious tons of microscopic electronic gear. It was designed to observe and manipulate the smallest units of life. It could reach even those strange genes. That was our mission. Ours was the 7th survey ship to approach the planet. 6 before us had been lost without trace. We were to find out why. Our pilot was Lance Landark, a lean, hard man, silent and cold as the gray-cased microprobe. We hated him. Until someone learned why he had volunteered to come. His wife had been the pilot of the ship before us. When we knew that, we began to hear the hidden tension in his tired voice, monotonously calling on every band. Come in, 6. Come in, 6. 6 never came in. For 2 days we watched the planet. The shallow ditch our jets had dug, the charred stumps, the jungle beyond. The visible mask of those monstrous genes, rank, dark, utterly alien. At the 3rd dawn, Lance Landark took 2 of us out in a copter. Flying a grid over the landing area, we mapped 6 shallow pockmarks on the scowling wilderness, where our ships must have landed. We dropped into the newest crater, where black stumps jutted like broken teeth out of the queerly bare red muck. A yellow scum stream oozed across it. By the stream we found a fine-boned human skeleton. A nightmare plant stood guard beside the bones. Its thick leaves were strangely streaked, twisted, with vegetable agony, half-poisoned spine, and half-blighted bloom. Shapeless blobs of rotting fruit were falling from it over those slender bones. Lance Landark stood up. Her turquoise thunderbird. He showed us the bit of blackened silver and blue-veined stone. Back on Terra, back when we were student pilots, we bought it from an Indian in an old town called Santa Fe. He bent again. Lilith, he whispered. Lilith, what killed you? We found no other bones. Nothing even to tell us what force or poison kept the creeping jungle back from that solitary plant. We left at dusk. Tenderly, Lance Landark brought the gathered bones. Carefully, we carried a few leaves and dried pods from that crazy sentinel plant. We found no other clue. Patiently, day by 48-hour day, we searched the other sites. We found jet marks and stumps and teeming weeds, but nothing like that tormented nightmare over Lilith Landark's skeleton. We found no wreckage. Nothing to show how the planet had murdered the lost expeditions. Day by eternal day, the unknown leered from the secret places of its genes. It was all vegetable. We saw no animal movement, heard no cry or insect hum, The silence became suffocating. Day after desperate day, we returned to the microprobe. "The answer's in the genes," Lance Landark whispered grimly. "We've no other chance." He kept the probe running on the strangest genes of all, those of the plant nightmare that had grown beside his wife. They were like nothing else on the planet. The double-stranded chains of DNA were monstrously long, many of the nucleotide links held by copper or arsenic atoms. "Queer," Lance kept muttering. "No copper or arsenic in the other plants here. I'd like to know why." He was running when we heard the woman scream. In that stifling quiet, her cry unnerved us all. We crowded down to the lock. Tattered, stained with blood-colored juices, she slipped through those coiled, constricting creepers. She splashed out into the open ditch, waving a filthy rag. Halfway to the ship, she fell into the mud. Lance Landark led 3 of us to bring her in. She whimpered and looked up. Tears streaked the grime on her wasted face. "Lance," she gasped, "my dear." "Lilith?" He shrank back suddenly. "I found Lilith dead." "I am nearly dead." She tried weakly to get up. "You see, we're all marooned out there in the bush. Emergency landing when we tried to get off. Wrecked our astrogation gear. Need your spare astropilot." "Back!" He swung on us. "Back aboard!" "What's wrong?" We were stunned. "It's your wife! Aboard! Instanter!" We obeyed his deadly voice. "Help!" she whispered faintly behind us in the mud. "Survivors! Need astropilot to pilot our way home." The clanging lock cut off her voice. Angrily, we turned on Lance Landark. "Hold it," he snapped. "I'm not crazy. The planet is. Come along to the microprobe. I'm probing a seed from the plant we found by Lilith's bones. It puzzled me. So much of it was—" In spite of the tension, he had to grope for a word to express meaning. "Arbitrary. Those shapeless leaves, twisted stalk, that sterile seed, the copper and arsenic in those needless links. Too many genes had no function. No use at all. I'd just got the key when that thing screamed. The copper and arsenic atoms are not genetic instructions to the plant. They're a message to us. Words, replicated 1 trillion times and concealed in every cell of the plant." "Words?" someone whispered blankly. "Words in the atoms?" "Written in binary code." His scowl was bleakly triumphant. "That weed's a mutant, you see. The real Lilith formed the first cell with her microprobe. She left it, I suppose, in her own body, as a message that no pseudo-Lilith could intercept." Outside, something screamed again. "Call each copper atom a dot. Call each arsenic a dash. Taken in order along the chains of DNA, they do encode a message. The computer's decoding it now." He punched a button, and the computer whirred. "To whoever comes, give no aid to anyone. Get off this planet. Its life is pseudomorphic. Don't let it leave. Just take my love to Lance Landark, from Lilith, his wife, and get off this planet fast." Outside, it uttered a frantic, bubbling screech. We did get off the planet, and we expect to stay away. End of The Masked World by Jack Williamson.
The Mathematicians by Arthur Feldman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mathematicians by Arthur Feldman. They were in the garden. "Now, Zoe," said Zinnia Hawkins to her 9-year-old daughter, "quit fluttering around and Papa will tell you a story." Zoe settled down in the hammock. "A true story, Papa?" "It all happened exactly like I'm going to tell you," said Drake Hawkins. pinching Zoe's rosy cheek. Now, 2011 years ago in 1985, figuring by the earthly calendar of that time, a tribe of beings from the dog star Sirius invaded the Earth. And what did these things look like, Father? Like humans in many, many respects. They each had 2 arms, 2 legs, and all the other organs that humans are endowed with. Wasn't there any difference at all between the star beings and the humans, Papa? There was. The newcomers, each and all, had a pair of wings covered with green feathers growing from their shoulders and long purple tails. How many of these beings were there, Father? Exactly 3,041 male adults and 3 female adults. These creatures first appeared on Earth on the island of Sardinia. In 5 weeks' time, they were the masters of the entire globe. Didn't the Earthlings fight back, Papa? The humans warred against the invaders, using bullets, ordinary bombs, superatom bombs and gases. What were those things like, Father? Oh, they've passed out of existence long ago. Ammunition, they were called. The humans fought each other with such things. And not with ideas like we do now, Father? No, with guns, just like I told you, but the invaders were immune to the ammunition. What does immune mean? Proof against harm. Then the humans tried germs and bacteria against the star beings. What were those things? Tiny, tiny bugs that the humans tried to inject into the bodies of the invaders to make them sicken and die. But the bugs had no effect at all on the star beings. Go on, Papa. These beings overran all Earth. Go on from there. You must know, these newcomers were vastly more intelligent than the Earthlings. In fact, the invaders were the greatest mathematicians in the system. What's the system? And what does mathematician mean? The Milky Way. A mathematician is one who is good at figuring, weighing, measuring, clever with numbers. Then, Father, the invaders killed off all the Earthlings? Not at all. They killed many, but many others were enslaved. Just as the humans had used horses and cattle, the newcomers so used the humans. They made workers out of some, others they slaughtered for food. Papa, what sort of language did the star beings talk? Oh, very simple language, but the humans were never able to master it, so the invaders, being so much smarter, mastered all the languages of the globe. What did the Earthlings call the invaders, Father? Anvils. Half angels, half devils. Then, Papa, everything was peaceful on Earth after the Anvils enslaved the humans? For a little while. Then some of the most daring of the humans, led by a man named Noel, escaped into the interior of Greenland. This Noel was a psychiatrist, the foremost on Earth. What's a psychiatrist? A dealer in ideas. Then he was very rich. He'd been the richest human on Earth. After some profound thought, Noel figured a way to rid the Earth of the Anvils. How, Papa? He perfected a method called the Noel-Hughes-Helsinki technique of imbuing the Anvils with human emotions. What does imbuing mean? He filled them full of and made them aware of. Xenia interrupted. Are you talking a bit about the child's understanding, Drake? No, Mamma, said Zoe. I understand what Papa explained. Now don't interrupt. So Noel, continued Drake, filled the Anvils with human feelings such as love, hate, ambition, jealousy, malice, envy, despair, hope, fear, shame, and so on. Very soon the Anvils were acting like humans, and in 10 days terrible civil wars wiped out the Anvil population by 2/3. Then, Papa, the Anvils finally killed off each other? Almost. Until among them a being named Zalibar, full of saintliness and persuasion, preached the brotherhood of all Anvils. The invaders, quickly converted, quit the quarrels, and the Earthlings were even more enslaved. Oh, Papa, weren't Noel and his followers in Greenland awfully sad the way things turned out? For a while. Then Noel came up with a final payoff. Is that slang, Papa? Payoff? Yes, the coup de grace, the ace in the hole that he saved if all else failed. I understand, Papa. The idea that would out-trump anything the other side had to offer. What was it, Father? What did they have? Noel imbued the Anvils with nostalgia. What is nostalgia? Homesickness. Oh, Papa, wasn't Noel smart? That meant the Anvils were all filled with the desire to fly back to the star from where they had started. Exactly. So one day all the Anvils, an immense army, flapped their great green wings, assembled in the Black Hills of North America, and at a given signal they all rose up from earth, and all the humans chanted, "Glory, glory, the day of our deliverance." So then, Father, all the Anvils flew away from earth? Not all. There were 2 child Anvils, one male and one female, aged 2 years, who had been born on earth. And they started off with all the others, and flew up into the sky. But when they reached the upper limits of the stratosphere, they hesitated, turned tail, and fluttered back to earth where they had been born. Their names were Zizo and Ziza. And what happened to Zizo and Ziza, Papa? Well, like all the Anvils, they were great mathematicians, so they multiplied. Oh, Papa, laughed Zoe, flapping her wings excitedly. That was a very nice story. End of The Mathematicians by Arthur Feldman. Recording by Craig Franklin.
Mid Pleasures and Palaces by James McKimmey, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mid Pleasures and Palaces by James McKimmey, Jr. This planet was remote instead apart, and nothing about it had made William Kirk think he might find human life. Yet just beyond, through a thorny bush shaped like an exploding rose, Kirk had seen eyes and nose and a flash of yellow hair that were definitely human. Kirk poised motionless. He was 3 miles from the rocket and Leo, who was waiting inside of it. He thought for a moment of how Leo had told him, as they made their landing, that this is the kind of planet where you could go no further. This is the kind of planet that could be the end of 12 years, and you'd better be careful, William, old sport. Kirk noticed a faint breeze. His palms were wet, and they cooled when the breeze touched them. He placed his palms against his jacket. Damn you, Leo, he thought. Damn your rotten fortune-telling. Kirk was superstitious when he was in space, and the memory of Leo Mason's cool, quiet voice saying, "Watch it now, sport. Be careful. Be careful," seemed now like some certain kiss of fate. The bush trembled, and Kirk's right hand flicked to his holster. His pistol was cold against his fingers, and he let it fit loosely in his hand, the barrel half raised. The bush shivered again, and then all at once the figure was rising from behind it, a tall, wide figure with a very tan face, lined and toughened by the sun. The shoulders, bare like the chest, were massive, yet somehow stretched-looking, as though endless exposure to wind and rain and sun had turned the skin to brown leather. Kirk had his pistol pointing at the figure's stomach now, and the figure blinked, while the breeze touched and ruffled the long bleached hair. The figure raised a large hand, palm up, and curled the fingers. "Hello?" he said softly. Kirk was surprised by the word and the polite sound of it. Kirk remained motionless, pistol pointing. "Who are you?" he said through his teeth. "Harry," said the figure, as though Kirk surely should know who he was. "I'm Harry, of course." "Yes?" said Kirk carefully. "Harry?" The figure nodded. "Harry Loren, don't you know?" "Oh, yes," Kirk said, his eyes watchful. "Harry Loren." There was something about the man's eyes, Kirk decided. They were deep-set and very bright within their sockets. They didn't match the softness of the speech. Harry Loren smiled and showed his yellow teeth. "Who are you?" he asked politely. "I'm William," Kirk said. It was as though he might be speaking to a frightened child, he thought, who held a sharp knife in his hands. "William Kirk, of course." Harry Loren nodded apologetically. "Oh, yes. I can't remember everyone. It's been so long. How are you, William?" Kirk's eyes flickered. "I'm fine." "That's nice," Harry Loren nodded. His wild hair brushed over his shoulders and reflected its yellowness against the sun. The knife, then, the one that Kirk had thought about a moment ago, appeared in the figure's hand. "Bastard!" Harry Loren hissed, and he was leaping at Kirk, the knife making a sweep toward Kirk's stomach. Something kept Kirk from squeezing the trigger, and instead he swung his pistol so that it struck the brown, weathered knuckles. The knife flew into a thicket, and Loren, screaming, was upon Kirk, reaching for Kirk's neck. Kirk wrenched backward and at the same time swung the barrel of the pistol toward the yellow flying hair. There was a cracking sound, and Harry Loren, brown and wild-looking, crumpled silently before Kirk's feet. Kirk examined the man, and then he reached down and picked up the knife from the thicket. It was crudely hammered out from some kind of alloy, but sharp nevertheless, and it could have been deadly in a hand like Harry Loren's. Kirk looked again at the yellow-haired man on the ground. He was wearing some kind of ragged cloth about his waist and nothing else. Across his back, Kirk could see, was a curving scar, an inch wide and 10 or 12 inches long. It was white and very noticeable against the brown of the man's skin. Kirk bent down, looking at the scar carefully. It could have been made during a crash of a rocket, but there were, he noticed, fine wider ridges running along the length of the scar, as though they had been made by fine comb-like teeth. A talon, perhaps. Some kind of strange claw. Kirk straightened quickly. It went through his head that Harry Loren might not be the only animal life on this planet. He tightened his hand on his pistol, stepping backward, his eyes darting. But he could only pivot slowly, trying to see, to discover, and he was much too slow when he finally saw it. It was only a flash of yellow and brown, making a hissing kind of sound. He felt the ripping along his right arm. The pistol was going out of his hand, and a swirling blackness got in front of his eyes. When he awoke, he saw Harry Loren first, who was sitting up now, silent, motionless, with Kirk's pistol resting in his hands. To the side of Loren, and just a little behind, rested a peculiar-looking thing. It was alive because its head, shaped like a cone that had been attached to its neck, kept swaying gently back and forth. The dark blue eyes, spaced back from the smallest end of the cone, were rather small, with no lids. The creature's neck was long and thin, a multitude of shades of yellow and brown like the head, and the rest of the body widened out like a funnel, and this area was covered with yellow feathers. It had what appeared to be arms and legs, long thin extensions of dark brown with large bony joints. At the end of each of these, Kirk could see a flat claw with rows of tiny comb-like teeth. Loren reached out and ran a hand softly along the creature's long neck. Kirk tried to think, testing his muscles without moving, and he remembered then the ripping along his right arm. He looked at the arm and at the way his jacket had been torn away along with the skin beneath it. He could see the comb-like marking of his skin. The cut was not deep, but it bled a little and stung. He tried to move his arm and found that he could. Kirk looked back to Loren. Loren stroked his hand along the thin neck of the creature. Kirk decided to try. "That's a nice-looking animal, Harry." Loren's expression did not change. Kirk paused. From the looks of the man, Loren had been here a long time, a very long time. It had been a crash, probably, and all the years afterward of loneliness, all the time for the quiet but sure warping of the brain. He raised a hand quickly, watching Loren's eyes. Loren did not change expressions or move the pistol, but Kirk felt a comb-like claw touching his hand, freezing it to motionless with its razor tips. Kirk looked at the creature. The dark blue eyes were steady. Kirk lowered his hand slowly, and the claw was drawn away. The creature's head resumed its gentle swaying, and Loren's hand resumed its stroking. Kirk licked his lips. "Where have you been?" Loren said, his voice sudden and hoarse now. "Where have I been?" Kirk said, tight and motionless. "Why didn't you come before?" Kirk considered it. The dancing lights in the man's eyes, the high-strung sound of his voice were things to make you wary and careful. Kirk closed his fingers the slightest bit. "I didn't know you were here." Loren's lips thinned. "Liar." Kirk thought he might try a smile, to reassure Loren that he was telling the truth. He decided against it. How long have you been here, Harry? How would I know? Kirk thought of the endless nights and days when time ran together and there was no more separation of one time from another. Today would be tomorrow, and tomorrow would be today. No changes. Endless. Did you crash, Harry? Did you crash, Harry? Lauren mimicked, and for a moment Kirk felt a chill dancing through him as he watched the sarcastic leer of Lauren's mouth. Kirk kept his tone polite, patronizing. Was there anyone else? Lauren laughed, a laugh that bounced over the rocks and through the scrubs and bushes. Was there, Harry? Oh, yes, Lauren said, grinning and showing his yellow teeth. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would you like to see their graves? I've kept the graves pretty. I know where they are because I dug them. Lauren remained in a half-crouch, the fingers of one hand holding the pistol loosely, the other keeping up its monotonous stroking of the animal. His eyes seemed to become vacant for a moment, as though lost in the memory of the digging of 6 graves. Then they narrowed. Where have you been? Kirk tried to match his answer to the wants of the man. I came as soon as I could. You did? Yes, Kirk said. I did. Lauren's right hand stopped its stroking, and his fingers tightened about the thin long neck of the animal. Eddie? He said. Kirk saw the animal's left claw whipping out. He ducked suddenly, but the claw ripped along his left arm. He tried to roll sideways, and then he lay, half sprawled, looking at the blood welling up from this new set of ripped ridges in his arm. He shifted his eyes to look at the animal, and he was quite certain that he could detect a small mouth fitting around the underside of the funnel-shaped head. It was only a line, but Kirk thought that there was a grinning look to it. You didn't come as soon as you could, Lauren said, his voice an angry trembling sound. I did, Harry, Kirk said, still remaining in his half-sprawl. I really did. Lauren replaced his hand on the neck of the animal, squeezing. No, no, Kirk said, and he tried to keep the panic out of his voice. Harry, I'm telling you the truth. Lauren's mouth showed a faint surface of his yellow teeth. He shook his head, slowly, back and forth, his fingers tightening about the animal's neck. Harry, listen, Kirk said, watching Lauren's squeezing fingers. It's over now. You don't have to wait any longer. I'll take you back now. I'll take you home. Lauren froze, staring. Home? He said. That's right. That's right, Kirk said. That's right, Harry. Home, Lauren breathed, and his eyes were suddenly like a child's, wide and unbelieving. The waiting's all over, Kirk said. You don't have to wait any longer. I don't have to wait any longer, Lauren repeated softly, and his hand dropped from the neck of the animal. Kirk watched Lauren and the swaying animal. The rocket's ready, he said. Lauren's eyes were lost in some distant memory. Gradually Kirk could see the eyes turn shiny with tears. Is Annette waiting? He asked. Kirk thought quickly. He knew that what he was going to say shouldn't be said, because he had no right. But he was thinking of his own skin. Why, yes, Harry, he said slowly. I imagine Annette is waiting. Lauren let a quick breath come through his teeth. Annette, he whispered. And Dickie? Dickie? Kirk said. Little Dickie? Lauren said, and he held his breath. Oh, yes, Kirk lied. Of course. I can't ask about Eddie, because we never had the chance, Lauren said, his eyes still lost. I always told Annette that no kid should ever grow up without a brother, only we never had the chance for Eddie. Lauren reached out absently and touched the brown and yellow neck of the creature. I called this fellow Eddie, though. Do you suppose that was all right? He's not very pretty. Kirk nodded, looking at the waving, funnel-shaped head of the animal. That was all right, Harry. Does she still braid her hair? Lauren asked, his eyes shiny. What? Kirk said. Annette. Does she still braid her hair? Why, Kirk said slowly, feeling his palms growing moist. Why wouldn't she, Harry? A faint smile flickered across Lauren's lips as he remembered. Kirk watched one of the creature's claws out of the corners of his eyes. He opened and closed the fingers of one hand, testing. The claw jerked slightly. The blood of Kirk's new wound was drying, he knew, because it had been only a surface cut. He wondered how it would be if the thing used its claws with serious intent, like it must have to make the cut that had been raked into Lauren's back. Lauren was bending forward now, and Kirk could see the tip end of that scar. Somehow Lauren had managed to stay alive and befriend the creature. Eddie. The lidless eyes stared. Kirk knew that he had to make use of the moment. It could break apart any time. The wildness could return, the unreasoning. Listen, Harry, he said. We ought to get started, you know. There's no use waiting longer. Started? Lauren said. Of course, Kirk said, trying to keep his voice matter-of-fact. You're going home. Lauren looked at Kirk, and his eyes turned suddenly hard, and his mouth lost the faint smile. I am, he stated flatly. Yes, Kirk said, of course. You're a liar. Now, Harry, Kirk said, his eyes flickering to the waiting animal, I surely wouldn't lie to you. You haven't come for me until after all this time, and now you say you surely wouldn't lie to me. It was like standing in a gully, Kirk thought, watching a boulder teetering above you. It tipped this way and that, and you didn't know when or if it was going to come hurtling down. You waited. But Kirk couldn't wait, he knew. He had to do something. Harry, listen. It wasn't easy to find you, don't you see? He hoped he was making it sound as though all he had done for the last dozen years of exploring was look for Harry Lauren. He wished that the damned thing would stop swaying its ugly head back and forth. Lauren's hand was inching out toward the yellow and brown neck. Look, Harry, these things aren't done in a day. A day, Lauren hissed. A day! All this time, and you say a day! No, I'm sorry, Kirk said quickly. He wished he could shift out of the cramped, half-lying position he was in. I didn't mean a day, Harry. I meant it wasn't easy. We didn't know where you were. He was talking quickly, whining almost, and he'd never whined before. Lauren's fingers were touching the waving neck. We'd better hurry, Kirk said desperately. Annette's waiting, and Dickie, of course. Lauren blinked. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting any longer. Not after all this time, Harry. Lauren stroked his fingers slowly down the long neck of the animal. I think, Kirk said, almost hoarsely, now that I really remember it, Annette was still wearing her hair braided. I remember that now, Harry. Positively. Lauren froze the motion of his hand and stared at Kirk. His lips trembled, and then suddenly he put his hands in front of his face. He bent forward, and Kirk felt his nerves jumping, watching the man start to cry. The animal turned its stare away from Kirk for the first time. It looked at Lauren, and then slowly raised a claw, touching Lauren's shoulder carefully. It made a sound then, a peculiar hissing sound, soft, barely audible. There was no danger in it, or menace, only a pitiful sound. Lauren raised his head a little and brought his hands away from his face. Tears had cut through dust and grime, and his face was streaked. Shall we go, Harry? Kirk said. Lauren wiped at his eyes, stupidly, without knowing what he was doing. Then he brought his hands down and wiped them across his chest. All right, he said. Let's go. He picked up Kirk's pistol from where he had dropped it on the ground, and held it out. Kirk looked at the gun and at the animal. The claw had been drawn away from Lauren's shoulder, and again it was poised, ready. You keep it, Harry, he said. Oh, yes, of course, Lauren said. There was a moment of silence as Lauren stuck the pistol absently into the waist of his ragged cloth covering beside the knife. The three of them waited then, Kirk, Lauren, and the animal. "Eddie," Lauren said finally, "are you ready?" Kirk felt himself smiling in the direction of the animal. He remembered when he was a small boy, going by a house where there had been a mongrel with a flat head and large teeth. He had smiled at that animal as he was doing now. The dog had sensed his fear in spite of the smile. Lauren was standing up slowly, and the animal's head swayed in slow circling motions. "All right," Lauren said. Kirk glanced at the man, saw the wild, nearly vacant look of the face, the polite tilt of the head. Kirk's palms were wet. "God damn it," he thought, and he stood up suddenly. The animal extended a claw slowly, turning it so that it seemed to wind and circle as it came toward Kirk. "Eddie," Lauren said. The claw came away. Kirk caught his breath. "Shall we go?" Lauren said, his eyes shining. "Yes," Kirk said. "We'll go, Harry." He turned slowly, so that his back was to Lauren and the animal. He thought about the comb-like claws and the scar on Lauren's back. He thought about Lauren's knife and about the pistol. He wanted to look back as he walked. He wanted to talk, to hear Lauren's answer and so know just where he was. More than anything, he wanted to break into a run and get into that rocket and get out of here. He could see the gleam of the rocket finally, but he didn't look back yet. He kept moving. As he got closer, he could see Leo, standing near the base of the ship, tall, leaning carelessly against the silver surface, smoking. He wanted to shout to Leo, to tell him for God's sake to wake up and protect him. They reached the edge of the clearing, and Leo, whose careless body had stiffened, waited motionless, one hand on his pistol. Kirk stopped. "There it is, Harry," he said, not turning around. "There's the ship." He waited, half closing his eyes, breathing slowly. There was no sound. "That's Leo, my friend, Harry," Kirk said, putting his palms flat against his thighs. "Your friend, Harry." Leo, Kirk could see, was still frozen, his eyes slitted to narrow brightness. Kirk began to step into the clearing. "Hello there, Leo," he said, his voice a tense, grating sound. "I've brought some friends." Leo was lifting his pistol out of its holster, inching Lee. "Friends," Kirk rasped. Leo's thin eyes flickered, and the pistol slid back into the holster. Kirk turned around slowly, and he saw that Lauren had stopped just inside the clearing. The animal remained beside him, its head making its slow circles. Lauren was staring up at the rocket, and the sun reflecting from the bright surface came down and shone on Lauren's face, deepening the lines there. "Leo," Kirk said slowly, "this is Harry Lauren and his friend Eddie. Harry's been here quite a while, waiting for us." "Oh, yes?" said Leo, still not moving. "That's right, Leo," Kirk said, "quite a while. What year was it, Harry?" he said across the clearing. "What year did you crash?" Lauren blinked, and there were tears again in his eyes. He reached out slowly, and the animal shifted so that its head touched Lauren's hand. 2419. Kirk put his teeth together. 2419, he said. Lauren nodded slowly, his eyes still upon the rocket. 18 years, Leo said softly. A long time, Leo, Kirk said. He thought of a girl with her hair braided about her head, looking up, while Lauren had shot into the depths of sky and space. He thought of a little boy called Dickie standing there too, watching a fast disappearing blackness in the sky. He thought about 18 years, and the fading of youth, a boy becoming a man, braided hair becoming gray, memories fading and minds adjusting, new love, new dedication, a world shifting, a universe shifting. Kirk looked at Eddie, the animal, real and alive, waiting patiently at the tips of Lauren's fingers. "Eddie's been with Harry for a long time," he said. "Oh?" said Leo quietly. Lauren's hand stroked the brown and yellow head. "Harry," Kirk said, "we're going to leave now. Are you ready?" Lauren was silent. "You go up first, will you, Leo?" Kirk said. Leo looked at him, a faint frown touching his brow. Then he began moving up the ladder to the airlock. Kirk waited until Leo had disappeared into the rocket. Then he repeated, "We're going to leave now, Harry. Are you ready?" Lauren remained motionless, his hand touching the animal's head. Suddenly he turned then, and began moving slowly away through the brush, the brown and yellow creature bobbing beside him with queer rocker-like jumps. "Goodbye, Harry," Kirk said. Finally he turned and climbed up the ladder. When he had gotten into his seat, he said, "Let's go, Leo," and he moved his hands to the controls. The rocket settled into the quiet motion of its course through space. "But I don't get it," Leo said. "I really don't. All that time, and then all he has to do is walk a dozen yards and get into the rocket and he's going home. That's all you would have to do." "Why?" Kirk said. "Why?" said Leo, frowning. Kirk nodded, looking at the man. "Why?" End of Mid Pleasures and Palaces by James McKimmey, Jr.
Psychopath by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Psychopath by Randall Garrett. Given psi powers like clairvoyance and telepathy, solving problems of sabotage would be easy, of course. That is, it seems that way at first thought. The man in the pastel blue topcoat walked with steady purpose, but without haste, through the chill, wind-swirled drizzle that filled the air above the streets of Arlington, Virginia. His matching blue cap hood was pulled low over his forehead, and the clear infrared radiating face mask had been flipped down to protect his chubby cheeks and round nose from the icy wind. No one noticed him particularly. He was just another average man who blended in with all the others who walked the streets that day. No one recognized him. His face did not appear often in public places, except in his own state. And, even so, it was a thoroughly ordinary face. But as he walked, Senator John Peter Gonzalez was keeping a mental, fine-webbed, four-dimensional net around him, feeling for the slightest touch of recognition. He wanted no one to connect him in any way with his intended destination. It was not his first visit to the sixth-floor brick building that stood on street in a lower middle-class district of Arlington. Actually, government business took him there more often than would have been safe for the average man on the street. For Senator Gonzalez, the process of remaining incognito was so elementary that it was almost subconscious. Arriving at his destination, he paused on the sidewalk to light a cigarette, shielding it against the wind and drizzle with cupped hands, while his mind made one last check on the surroundings. Then he strode quickly up the 5 steps to the double doors, which were marked the Society for Mystical and Metaphysical Research, Incorporated. Just as he stepped in, he flipped the face shield up and put on an old-fashioned pair of thick-lensed, black-rimmed spectacles. Then, his face assuming a bland smile that would have been completely out of place on Senator Gonzalez, he went from the foyer into the front office. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Jesser," he said, in a high, smooth, slightly accented voice that was not his own. "I perceive by your aura that you are feeling well. Your normal aura color is tinged with a positive golden hue." Mrs. Jesser, a well-rounded matron in her early 40s, rose to the bait like a porpoise being hand-fed at a Florida zoo. "Dear Swami Chandra, How perfectly wonderful to see you again. You're looking very well yourself." The Swami, whose Indian blood was of the Aztec rather than the Brahmin variety, nonetheless managed to radiate all the mystery of the East. "My well-being, dear Mrs. Jesser, is due to the fact that I have been communing for the past 3 months with my very good friend the 5th Dalai Lama, a most refreshingly wise person. Senator Gonzalez was fond of the Society's crackpot receptionist, and he knew exactly what kind of hokum would please her most. Oh, I do hope you will find time to tell me all about it," she said, effusively. "Mr. Balfour isn't in the city just now," she went on. "He's lecturing in New York on the history of flying saucer sightings. Do you realize that this is the 40th anniversary of the first saucer sighting back in 1944? "The first photographed sighting," the Swami corrected condescendingly. "Our friends had been watching and guiding us from far longer than that, and were sighted many times before they were photographed." Mrs. Jesser nodded briskly. "Of course. You're right as always, Swami." "I am sorry to hear," the Swami continued smoothly, "that I will not be able to see Mr. Balfour. However, I came at the call of Mr. Brian Taggart, who is expecting me." Mrs. Jesser glanced down at her appointment sheet. "He didn't mention an appointment to me. However," she punched a button on the intercom. "Mr. Taggart, Swami Chandra is here to see you. He says he has an appointment." Brian Taggart's deep voice came over the instrument. "The Swami, as usual, is very astute. I have been thinking about him. Send him right up." "You may go up, Swami," said Mrs. Jesser, wide-eyed. She watched in awe as the Swami marched regally through the inner door and began to climb the stairs toward the 6th floor. One way to hide an ex officio agency of the United States government was to label it truthfully: the Society for Mystical and Metaphysical Research. In spite of the fact that the label was literally true, it sounded so crackpot that no one but a crackpot would bother to look into it. As a consequence, better than 90% of the membership of the Society was composed of just such people. Only a few members of the core knew the organization's true function and purpose, and as long as such scatterbrains as Mrs. Jesser and Mr. Balfour were in there pitching, no one would ever penetrate to the actual core of the Society. The senator had already pocketed the exaggerated glasses by the time he reached the 6th floor, and his face had lost its bland, overly wise smile. He pushed open the door to Taggart's office. "Have you got any ideas yet?" he asked quickly. Brian Taggart, a heavily muscled man with dark eyes and black, slightly wavy hair, sat on the edge of a couch in one corner of the room. His desk across the room was there for paperwork only, and Taggart had precious little of that to bother with. He took a puff from his heavy-boweled briar. "We're going to have to send an agent in there, someone who can be on the spot, someone who can get the feel of the situation firsthand. That'll be difficult. We can't just suddenly stick an unknown in there and have an excuse for his being there. Couldn't Donahue or Reeves?" Taggart shook his head. "Impossible, John. Extrasensory perception can't replace sight any more than sight can replace hearing. You know that." "Certainly, but I thought we could get enough information that way to tell us who our saboteur is. No dice, eh?" "No dice," said Taggart. "Look at the situation we've got there. The purpose of the Redford research team is to test the Meson ultimate decay theory of Dr. Theodore Nordred. Now if we—" Senator Gonzalez, walking across the room toward Taggart, gestured with one hand. I know. Give me some credit for intelligence. But we do have one suspect, don't we? What about him?" Taggart chuckled through a wreath of smoke. "Calm down, John. Or are you trying to give me your impression of Mrs. Jesser in a conversation with a saucerite?" The senator laughed and sat down in a nearby chair. "All right. Sorry. This whole thing is lousing up our entire space program. First off, we nearly lose Dr. Chien, and with him gone, the Interstellar Drive project would have been shot. Now, if this sabotage keeps up, the Redford project will be shot, and that means we might have to stick to the old-fashioned rocket to get off planet. Brian, we need anti-gravity, and, so far, Nordred's theory is our only clue. Agreed, said Taggart. Well, we're never going to get it if equipment keeps mysteriously burning itself out, breaking down, and just generally goofing up. This morning, the primary exciter on the new ultracosmotron went haywire, and the beam of sodium nuclei burned through part of the accelerator tube wall. It'll take a month to get it back in working order. Taggart took his pipe out of his mouth and tapped the dottle into nearby ash disposal unit. And you want to pick up our pet spy? Senator Gonzalez scowled. Well, I'd certainly call him our prime suspect, but there was a certain lack of conviction in his manner. Brian Taggart didn't flatly contradict the senator. Maybe. But you know, John, there's one thing that bothers me about these accidents. What's that? The fact that we have not one shred of evidence that points to sabotage. In a room on the 5th floor, directly below Brian Taggart's office, a young man was half sitting, half reclining in a thickly upholstered adjustable chair. He had dropped the back of the chair to a 45-degree angle and lifted up the footrest. Now he was leaning back in lazy comfort, his ankles crossed, his right hand holding a slowly smoldering cigarette, his eyes contemplating the ceiling, or rather, they seemed to be contemplating something beyond the ceiling. It was pure coincidence that the focus of his thoughts happened to be located in about the same volume of space that his eyes seemed to be focused on. If Brian Taggart and Senator Gonzalez had been in the room below, his eyes would still be looking at the ceiling. In repose, his face looked even younger than his 28 years would have led one to expect. His close-cropped brown hair added to the impression of youth, and the well-tailored suit on his slim, muscular body added to the effect. At any top-flight university, he could have passed for a well-bred, sophisticated, intelligent student who had money enough to indulge himself and sense enough not to overdo it. He was beginning to understand the pattern that was being woven in the room above, beginning to feel it in depth. Senator Gonzalez was mildly telepathic, inasmuch as he could pick up thoughts in the pre-vocal stage, the stage at which thought becomes definitely organized into words, phrases, and sentences. He could go a little deeper into the selectivity stage, where the linking processes of logic took over from the non-logical but rational processes of the preconscious, but only if he knew the person well. Where the senator excelled was in detecting emotional tone and manipulating emotional processes, both within himself and within others. Brian Taggart was an analyzer, an originator, a motivator, and more. The young man found himself avoiding too deep a probe into the mind of Brian Taggart. He knew that he had not yet achieved the maturity to understand the multi-layered depths of a mind like that. Eventually, perhaps. Not that Senator Gonzalez was a child, nor that he was emotionally or intellectually shallow. It was merely that he was not of Taggart's caliber. The young man absently took another drag from his cigarette. Taggart had explained the basic problem to him, but he was getting a wider picture from the additional information that Senator Gonzalez had brought. Dr. Theodore Nordred, a mathematical physicist and one of the top-flight, high-powered original minds in the field, had shown that Einstein's final equations had only held in a universe composed entirely of normal matter. Since the great Einstein had died before the principle of parity had been overthrown in the mid-50s, he had been unable to incorporate the information into his unified field theory. Nordred had been able to show, mathematically, that Einstein's equations were valid only for a completely dexter or right-handed universe, or for a completely sinister or left-handed universe. Although the universe in which man lived was predominantly Dexter, arbitrarily so designated, it was not completely so. It had a sinister component amounting to approximately 1/100,000th of 1%. On the average, one atom out of every 10 million in the universe was an atom of antimatter. The distribution was unequal, of course. Antimatter could not exist in contact with ordinary matter. Most of it was distributed throughout interstellar space in the form of individual atoms, freely floating in space, a long way from any large mass of normal matter. But that minute fraction of a percent was enough to show that the known universe was not totally Einsteinian. In a purely Einsteinian universe, anti-gravity was impossible. But if the equations of Dr. Theodor Nordred were actually a closer approximation to true reality than those of Einstein, then anti-gravity might be a practical reality. And that was the problem the Redford research team was working on. It was a parallel project to the interstellar drive problem being carried on elsewhere. The pet spy, as Taggart had called him, was Dr. Conrad Byrne, a middle-aged Negro from Tanganyika who was convinced that only under communism could the colored races of the world achieve the technological organization and living standard of the white man. He had been trained as a sleeper. Not even the exhaustive investigations of the FBI had turned up any relationship between Byrne and the Soviets. It had taken the telepathic programming of the SMMR agents to uncover his real purposes. Known, he constituted no danger. There was no denying that he was a highly competent, if not brilliant, physicist. And since it was quite impossible for him to get any information on the Redford project into the hands of the opposition, it was no longer fashionable to call communists the enemy. There was no reason why he shouldn't be allowed to contribute to the American efforts to bridge space. 3 times in the 5 months since Byrne had joined the project, agents of the Soviet government had made attempts to contact the physicist. 3 times the FBI, warned by SMMR agents, had quietly blocked the contact. Conrad Byrne had been effectively isolated. But at the project site itself, equipment failure had become increasingly more frequent, all out of proportion to the normal accident rate in any well-regulated laboratory. The work of the project had practically come to a standstill. The ultra-secret project reports to the president were beginning to show less and less progress in the basic research, and more progress in repairing damaged equipment. Apparently, though, increasing efficiency in repair work was self-neutralizing. Repairing an instrument at half the time merely meant that it could break down twice as often. It had to be sabotage, and yet not even the SMMR agents could find any trace of intentional damage, nor any thought patterns that would indicate deliberate damage. And Senator John Peter Gonzalez quite evidently did not want to face the implications of that particular fact. "We're going to have to send an agent in," Taggart repeated. "That's my cue," thought the young man on the 5th floor as he crushed out his cigarette and got up from the chair. "I don't know how we're going to manage it," said the senator. "What excuse do we have for putting a new man on the Redford team?" Brian Taggart grinned. "What they need is an expert repair technician, a man who knows how to build and repair complex research instruments. He doesn't have to know anything about the purpose of the team itself. All he has to do is keep the equipment in good shape." Senator Gonzalez let a slow smile spread over his face. "You've been gulling me, you snake. All right, I deserved it. Tell him to come in." As the door opened, Taggart said, "Senator Gonzalez, may I present Mr. David McKeith? He's our man, I think." David McKeith watched a blue line wriggle its way erratically across the face of an oscilloscope. "The waveform is way off," he said flatly, "and the frequency is slithering all over the place." He squinted at the line for a moment, then spoke to the man standing nearby. "Signal Harry to back her off 2 degrees, then run her up slowly, 10 minutes at a time." The other man flickered the key on the side of the small carbide Welsbach lamp. The shutters blinked, sending pulses of light down the length of the 10-foot diameter glass-walled tube in which the men were working. Far down the tube, Macheath could see the answering flicker from Harry 1.5 miles away in the darkness. Macheath watched the screen again. After a few seconds, he said, "Okay, hold it." Again, the lamp flashed. "Well, it isn't perfect," Macheath said, "but it's all we can do from here. We'll have to evacuate the tube to get her in perfect balance. Tell Harry to knock off for the day." While the welcome message was being flashed, Macheath shut off the testing instruments and disconnected them. It was possible to compensate a little for the testing equipment, but a telephone or even an electric flashlight would simply add to the burden. Bill McGriffin shoved down the key on the lamp he was holding and locked it into place. The shutters remained open, and the lamp shed a beam of white light along the shining walls of the cylindrical tube. "How much longer do you figure it'll take, Dave?" he asked. "Another shift at least," said Macheath, picking up the compact shielded instrument case. "You want to carry that mat?" Griffin picked up the thick sponge rubber mat that the instrument case had been sitting on, and the 2 men started off down the tube, walking silently on the sponge rubber soled shoes which would not scratch the glass underfoot. "Any indication yet as to who our saboteur is?" Griffin asked. "I'm not sure," Macheath admitted. "I've picked up a couple of leads, but I don't know if they mean anything or not." "I wonder if there is a saboteur," Griffin said musingly. "Maybe it's just a run of bad luck. It could happen, you know, a statistical run of—" "You don't believe that any more than I do," Macheath said. "No, but I find it even harder to believe that a materialistic philosophy like communism could evolve any workable psionic discipline." "So do I," agreed Macheath. "But it can't be physical sabotage," Griffin argued. "There's not a trace of it anywhere. It has to be psionic." "Right," said Macheath, grinning as he saw what was coming next. "But we've already eliminated that, so?" Griffin nodded firmly, as if in full agreement with himself. "So we follow the dictum of the master. Eliminate the impossible. Whatever is left, no matter how improbable, is the truth. And since there is absolutely nothing left, there is no truth. At the bottom, the whole thing is merely a matter of mental delusion." "Sherlock Holmes would be proud of you, Bill," Macheath said, "and so am I." Griffin looked at Macheath oddly. "I wish I was a halfway decent telepath. I'd like to know what's going on in your preconscious." "You'd have to dig deeper than that, I'm afraid," Macheath said ruefully. "As soon as my subconscious has solved the problem, I'll let you know." "I've changed my mind," said Griffin cheerfully. "I don't envy your telepathy. I don't envy a guy who has to TP his own subconscious to find out what he's thinking." Macheath chuckled softly as he turned the bolt that opened the door in the gun end of the stripped nuclei accelerator. The seals broke with a soft hiss. Evidently, the barometric pressure outside the 2-mile-long underground tube had changed slightly during the time they had been down there. "It'll be a week before we can test it," Macheath said in a tired voice. "Even after we get it partly in balance, it'll take that long to evacuate the tube and sweep it clean." It was the first sentence he had spoken in the past hour or so, and it was purely for the edification of the man who was standing on the other side of the airlock, although neither Griffin nor Macheath had actually seen him as yet. Griffin was not a telepath in the sense that the SMMR used the word, but to a non-psionicist he would have appeared to be one. Membership in the core group of the Society for Mystical and Metaphysical Research required, above all, understanding. And with that understanding, a conversation between 2 members need consist only of an occasional gesture and a key word now and then. The word understanding needs emphasis. Without understanding of another human mind, no human mind can be completely effective. Without that understanding, no human being can be completely free. And yet, the English word understanding is only an approximation to the actual process that must take place. Total understanding, in one sense, would require that a person actually become another person, that he be able to feel completely and absolutely every emotion, every thought, every bodily sensation, every twinge of memory, every judgment, every decision, and every sense of personal identity that is felt by the other person, no more and no less. Such totality is, obviously, neither attainable nor desirable. The result would be a merger of identities, a total unification, and as a consequence, a complete loss of one of the human beings involved. Optimum understanding requires that a judgment be made, and that in turn requires two minds, not a fusion of identity. There must be one to judge and another to be judged, and each mind plays both roles. Love thy neighbor as thyself. But the original Greek word would better translate as respect and understand than as the modern English love. The founders of our modern religions were not fools. They simply did not have the tools at hand to formulate their knowledge properly. As understanding increases, a critical point is reached, which causes a qualitative change in the human mind. First, self-understanding must come. The human mind operates through similarities, and the thing most similar to any human mind is itself. The next most similar thing is another human mind. From that point on, all objects, processes, and patterns in the universe can be graded according to their similarity to each other and ultimately to their similarity to the human mind. Two given entities may seem utterly dissimilar, but they can always be linked by a tertium quid, a third thing, which is similar to both. This third thing, be it a material object or a product of the human imagination, is called a symbol. Symbols are the bridges by which the human mind can reach and manipulate the universe in which it exists. With the proper symbols and the understanding to use them, the human mind is limited only by its own inherent structural restrictions. One of the most active research projects of the SMMR was the construction of a more powerful symbology. Psionics had made tremendous strides in the previous 4 decades, but it was still in the alchemy stage. So far, symbols for various processes could only be worked out by cut-and-try, rule-of-thumb methods, using symbols already established, including languages and mathematics. None were completely satisfactory, but they worked fairly well within their narrow limits. As far as communication was concerned, the hashed-together symbology used by the SMMR was better than any conceivable code. The understanding required to break the code was well beyond the critical point. Anyone who could break it was, ipso facto, a member of the SMMR. Most people didn't even realize that a conversation was taking place between two members, especially if a cover conversation was used at the same time. McKeith's verbal discussion of the testing of the nuclei accelerator was just such a cover. Even before he had cracked the airlock, he had known that Dr. Theodore Nordred was standing on the other side of the thick wall. McKeith pushed the heavy door open on its smooth hinges. "Oh, hello, Dr. Nordred. How's everything?" The heavy-set mathematician smiled pleasantly as McKeith and Griffin came into the gun chamber. "I just thought I'd come down and see how you were getting along," he said. His voice was a low tenor, with just a touch of Midwestern twang. Sometimes the creative mind gets bogged down in the nth-order abstractions that have no discernible connection with anything at all. He chuckled. "When that happens, I drop everything and go out to find something mundane to worry about." Nordred was only an inch shorter than the slim McKeith, and he weighed in at close to 200 pounds. At 25, he had the build of a lightweight wrestler. 30 more years had added poundage, a roll beneath his chin, and a bulge at the belly. But he still looked capable of going a round or two without tiring. His shock of heavy hair was a mixture of mouse brown and gray, and it seemed to have a tendency to stand up on end, which added another 1.5 inches to his height. His round face had a tendency to smile when he was talking or working with his hands. When he was deep in thought, his face usually relaxed into thoughtful blankness. He frowned rarely, and only for seconds at a time. "It seems to me you have enough to worry about, Doctor," McKeith said banteringly, without looking for it. He put down his instrument case and took out a cigarette, while Griffin closed the door to the acceleration tube. "Oh, I don't have to look far," Nordred said. "How long do you think it'll be before we can resume our work with the monster?" 10 days to 2 weeks, McKeith said promptly. "I see." One of his rare frowns crossed his face. "I wish I knew why the Exciter arced across. It shouldn't have." "Don't you have any idea?" McKeith asked innocently. At the same time, he opened his mind wide to net in every wisp and filament of Nordred's thoughts that he could reach. "None at all," admitted the mathematician. "Weakness in the insulation, I suppose, although it tested solidly enough." And his mind as far back as his preconscious and the upper fringes of his subconscious agreed with his words. McKeith could go no deeper as yet. He didn't know Nordred well enough. There were suspicions in Nordred's mind that the insulation weakness must have been caused by deliberate sabotage, but he had no one to pin his suspicions on. Neither he nor anyone else connected with the Redford project was aware of the true status of Dr. Conrad Byrne. "Well, let's hope it doesn't happen again," McKeith said. "Balancing these babies so that they work properly is hard enough for a deuteron accelerator, but the monster is 10 times as touchy." Nordred nodded absently. "I know, but our work can't be done with anything less." Nordred actually knew less about the engineering details of the big accelerator than anyone else on the project. He was primarily a philosopher-mathematician and only secondarily a physicist. He was theoretically in charge of the project, but the actual experimentation was done by the other 4 men, Doctors Roger Kent, Paul Luvacek, Solomon Besserman, and Conrad Byrne. These 4 and their assistants set up and ran off the experiments designed to test Dr. Nordred's theories. McKeith picked up his instrument case again, and the 3 men went out of the gun chamber into the outer room, and then started up the spiral stairway that led to the surface, talking as they went. But the apparent conversation had little to do with the instruction that McKeith was giving Griffin as they climbed. So when McKeith stopped suddenly and patted his coverall pockets, Griffin was ready for the words that came next. "Damn," McKeith said. "I've left my notebook. Will you go down and get it for me, Bill?" Dr. Nordred had neither understood nor noticed the actual instructions. "Bill, as soon as I give you an excuse, get back down there and check that gun chamber. Give it a thorough going over. I don't really think you'll find anything, but I don't want to take any chances at this stage of the game." "Right," said Griffin, starting back down the stairway. McKeith and Dr. Nordred went on climbing. David McKeith sat at a table in the project's cafeteria, absently stirring his coffee and trying to look professionally modest, while Dr. Luvacek and Dr. Besserman alternately praised him for his work. Luvacek, a tubby little butterball of a man whose cherubic face would have made him look almost childlike if it weren't for the blue of his jaw, said, "You and those 2 men of yours have really done a marvelous job in the past 4 days, Mr. McKeith. Really marvelous." "I'll say," Besserman chimed in. "I was getting pretty tired of looking at burned-out equipment and spending 3/4 of my time putting in replacement parts and wielding a soldering gun." Besserman was leaner than Luvacek, but, like his brother scientist, he was balding on top. Both men were in their middle 30s. "I don't understand this jinx myself," Luvacek said. "At first, it was just little things. But the accidents got worse and worse. And then, when the monster blew, he stopped and shook his head slowly. I'd suspect sabotage, except that there was never any sign of tampering with the equipment I saw. What do you think of the sabotage idea? Besserman asked McKeith. McKeith shrugged. Haven't seen any signs of it. Run of bad luck, said Luvacek. That's all. As they talked, McKeith absorbed the patterns of thought that wove in and out of the two men's minds. Both men were more open than Dr. Nordred. They were easier for McKeith to understand. Nowhere was there any thought of guilt, at least as far as sabotage was concerned. McKeith drank his coffee slowly and thoughtfully, keeping up his part of the three-way conversation while he concentrated on his own problem. One thing was certain. Nowhere in the minds of any of the personnel of the Redford Project was there any conscious knowledge of sabotage, not even in the mind of Conrad Byrne. Dr. Roger Kent, a tall, lantern-jawed, sad-eyed man in his 40s, had been hard to get through to at first. But as soon as McKeith discovered that the hard block Kent had built up around himself was caused by grief over a wife who had been dead 5 years, he became as easy to read as a billboard. Kent had submerged his grief in work, the eternal drive of the true scientist to drag the truth out of Mother Nature. He was constitutionally incapable of sabotaging the very instruments that had been built to dig in after that truth. Dr. Conrad Byrne, on the other hand, was difficult to read below the preconscious stage. Science to him was a form of power, to be used for idealistic purposes. He was perfectly capable of sabotaging the weapons of an enemy if it became necessary, whether that meant ruining a physical instrument or carefully falsifying the results of an experiment. Outwardly, he was a pleasant enough chap, but his mind revealed a rigidly held pattern of hatreds, fears, and twisted idealism. He held them tightly against the onslaughts of a hostile world. And that meant that he couldn't possibly have any control over whatever psionic powers he may have had. Unless he was so expert and so well trained that he was better than anything the SMMR had ever known. McKeith didn't even like to think about that. It would mean that all the theory of psionics that had been built up so painstakingly over the past years would have to be junked in toto. Something was gnawing in the depths of his mind. In the perfectly rational but utterly non-logical part of his subconscious, where hunches are built, something was trying to form. McKeith didn't try to probe for it. As soon as he had had enough information for the hunch to be fully formed, it would be ready to use. Until then, it would be worthless, and probing for it might interrupt the formation. He was just finishing his coffee as Bill Griffin came in the door and headed towards the table where McKeith, Luvacek, and Besserman were sitting. McKeith stood up and said, "Excuse me, I'll have to be getting some work done if you guys are ever going to get your own work done." "Sure, go ahead." "Thanks for the coffee," McKeith added as he moved away. "Anytime," said Besserman, grinning. "You guys just keep up the good work. When you fix them, they stay fixed. We haven't had a burnout since you came." "Maybe you broke our statistical jinx," said Luvacek with a chubby smile. "Maybe," said McKeith. "I hope so." For some reason, the gnawing in his hunch factory became more persistent. As he and Griffin walked toward the door, Griffin reported rapidly, "I checked everything in the gun chamber. No sign of any tampering. Everything's just as we left it. The dust film hasn't been disturbed." "It figures," said McKeith. Outside, in the corridor, they met Dr. Conrad Byrne, hurrying toward the cafeteria. He stopped as he saw them. "Oh, hello, Mr. McKeith, Mr. Griffin," he said. His white-toothed smile was friendly, but both of the SMMR agents could detect the hostility that was hard and brittle beneath the surface. "I wanted to thank you for the wonderful job you've been doing." "Why, thank you, Doctor," said McKeith honestly. "We aim to satisfy." Byrne chuckled. "You're doing well so far. Odd streak of luck we've had, isn't it? Poor Dr. Nordred has been under a terrible strain. His whole life work is tied up in this project. He made a vague gesture with one hand. Would you care for some coffee? Just had some, thanks, said McKeith. But we'll take a rain check. Fine, any time. And he went on to the cafeteria. Wow, said Griffin as he walked on down the corridor with McKeith. That man is scared silly, but what an actor. You'd never know he was eating his guts out. Sure he's scared, with all this sabotage talk going around. He's afraid there'll be an exhaustive investigation, and he can't take that right now. Griffin frowned. I guess I missed that. What did you pick up? He's supposed to meet a Soviet agent tonight, and he's afraid he'll be caught. He doesn't know what happened to the first three, and he won't know what will happen to number 4 tonight. We'll keep him around as long as he's useful. He's not a Bohr or a Pauli or a Fermi, but he... McKeith stopped himself suddenly and came to a dead halt. My God, he said softly, that's it. His hunch had hatched. After a moment, he said, Harry is getting back from the target end of the tube now, Bill. He can't pick me up, so beetle it down to the tool room, get him, and get up to the workshop fast. If I'm not there, wait. I have a little prying to do. Can do, said Griffin. He went toward the elevator at an easy lope. Dave and McKeith went in the opposite direction. When McKeith returned to the workshop, which he had been assigned, Bill Griffin and Harry Benbow were waiting for him. Beside the big-muscled Griffin, Harry Benbow looked even thinner than he was. He was a good 6'2", which made him a head taller than Griffin, but, unlike many tall, lean men, Benbow had no tendency to slouch. He stood tall and straight, reminding McKeith of a poplar tree, towering proudly over the countryside. Benbow was one of those rare American Negroes whose skin was actually as close to being black as human pigmentation will allow. His eyes were like discs of obsidian set in spheres of white porcelain, which gave an odd contrast similarity effect when compared with Griffin's china blue eyes. If the average man had wanted to pick two human beings who were opposites, he could hardly have made a better choice than Benbow and the short, thickly built, blonde-haired, pink-skinned Bill Griffin. But the average man would be so struck by the differences that he would never notice that the similarities were vastly more important. You look as if you've just been kissed by Miss America, Harry said, as McKeith came through the door. Better than that, McKeith said. We've got work to do. What's the pitch? Griffin wanted to know. Well, in the first place, I'm afraid Dr. Conrad Byrne is no longer of any use to the Redford Project. We're going to have to arrest him as an unregistered agent of the Soviet government. It's just as well, said Harry Benbow gently. His research hasn't done us any good, and it hasn't done the Soviets any good. The poor guy's been on edge ever since he got here. All the pale hide around this place stirs up every nerve in him. What got you onto this? Griffin asked McKeith. A hunch first, McKeith said. Then I got data to back it up. But first, Harry, how'd you know about Byrne's reactions? He keeps those prejudices of his down pretty deep. I didn't think you could go that far. I didn't have to. He spent half an hour talking to me this morning. He was so happy to see a fellow human being, according to his definition of human being, that he was as easy to read as if you were doing the reading. McKeith nodded. I hate to throw him to the wolves, but he's got to go. What was the snooping you said you had to do? Griffin asked. Dates, times. Briefly, I found that the run of accidents has been building up to a peak. At first, it was just small meters that went wrong. Then, bigger, more complex stuff. And finally, the monster went. See the pattern? The other men nodded. You're the therapist, Griffin said. What do you suggest? Shock treatment, said David McKeith. Just how Dr. Conrad Byrne got wind of the fact that a squad of FBI men had come to the project to arrest him that evening is something that McKeith didn't know until later. He was busy at the time, ignoring anything but what he was interested in. It always fascinated him to watch the mind of a psychokinetic expert at work. He couldn't do the trick himself, and he was always amazed at the ability of anyone who could. It was like watching a pianist play a particularly difficult concerto. A person can watch a pianist, see every move he is making and why he is making it, but being able to see what's going on doesn't mean that one can duplicate the action. McKeith was in the same position. Telepathically, he could observe the play of emotions that ran through a psychokinetic's mind, the combinations of avid desire and the utter loathing which, playing one against another, could move a brick, a book, or a Buick if the mind was powerful enough. But he couldn't do it himself, no matter how carefully he tried to follow the raging emotions that acted as two opposing jaws of a pair of tongs to lift and move the object. And so engrossed was he with the process that he did not notice that Conrad Byrne had eluded the FBI. He was unaware of what had happened until one of the federal agents rapped loudly on the workshop door. Almost instantly, McKeith picked up the information from the agent's mind. He glanced at Griffin and Benbow. "You two can handle it. Be careful you don't overdo it." Then he went to the door and opened it a trifle. "Yes?" The man outside showed a gold badge. "Morgan, FBI. You David McKeith?" "Yes." McKeith stepped outside and showed the FBI man his identification. "We were told to cooperate with you in this Conrad Byrne case. He's managed to slip away from us somehow, but we know he's still in the area. He can't get past the gate." McKeith let his mind expand until it meshed with that of Dr. Conrad Byrne. "There is a way out," McKeith snapped. "The acceleration tube." "What?" "Come on." He started sprinting toward the elevators. He explained to the FBI agent as they went. "The acceleration tube of the ultracosmotron runs due north of here for 2 miles underground. The guard at the other end won't be expecting anyone to be coming from the inside of the target building. If Byrne plays his cards right, he can get away." "Can't we phone the target building?" the FBI man asked. "No, we shut off all the electrical equipment and took down some of the wires so we could balance the acceleration fields." "Well, if he's on foot, we could send a car out there. We'd get there before he does, wouldn't we?" "Maybe. But he'll kill himself if he sees he's trapped." That wasn't quite true. Byrne was ready to fight to the death, and he had a heavy pistol to back him up. McKeith didn't want to see anyone killed, and he didn't want stray bullets flying around the inside of that tube or in the target room. McKeith and the FBI agent piled out of the elevator at the bottom of the shaft. Dr. Roger Kent was standing at the head of the stairs that spiraled down to the gun chamber. Dr. Kent knew that Byrne had gone down the stairway, but he didn't know why. "He's our saboteur," McKeith said quickly. "I'm going after him. As soon as I close the door and seal it, you turn on the pumps. Lower the air pressure in the tube to 1 pound per square inch below atmospheric. That'll put a force of about 1.25 tons against the doors, and he won't be able to open them." Dr. Kent didn't grasp the fact that Byrne was a spy. "Explain to him, Morgan," McKeith told the federal agent. He went on down the spiral staircase, knowing that Kent would understand and act in plenty of time. The door to the tube was standing open. McKeith slipped on a pair of the sponge-soled shoes, noticing angrily that Byrne hadn't bothered to do so. He went into the tube and closed the door behind him. Then he started down the blackness of the tube at a fast trot. Ahead of him, in the utter darkness, he could hear the click of heels as the leather-shod Byrne moved toward the target end of the long tube. Neither of them had lights. They were unnecessary, for one thing, since there was only one direction to go and there were no obstacles in the path. Byrne would probably have carried a flashlight if he'd been able to get his hands on one quickly, but he hadn't. So he went in darkness. McKeith didn't want a light in the darkness. He had the advantage of knowing where his opponent was. Every so often Byrne would stop, listening for sounds of pursuit, since his own footsteps, echoing down the glass-lined cylinder, drowned out any noise from behind. But McKeith, running silently on the toes of his thick-soled shoes, kept in motion, gaining on the fleeing spy. A 2-mile run is a good stretch of exercise for anyone, but McKeith didn't dare slow down. As it was, Conrad Byrne was already tugging frantically at the door that led to the target room by the time McKeith reached him. But the faint sighing of the pumps had already told McKeith that the air pressure had been dropped. Byrne couldn't possibly get the door open. McKeith's lungs wanted to be filled with air. His chest wanted to heave. He wanted to pant, taking in great gulps of life-giving oxygen, but he didn't dare. He didn't want Byrne to know he was there, so he strained to keep his breath silent. He stepped up behind the physicist in the pitch blackness, and, judging carefully, brought his fist down on the nape of the man's neck in a hard rabbit punch. Conrad Byrne dropped unconscious to the floor of the tube. Then McKeith let his chest pump air into his lungs in long, harsh gasps. Shakily, he lowered himself to the floor beside Byrne and squatted on his haunches, waiting for the hiss of the bleeder valve that would tell him that the air pressure had been raised to allow someone to enter the airlock. It was Morgan, the FBI man, who finally cracked the door. Griffin and Dr. Kent were with him. "You all right?" asked Morgan. "I'm fine," McKeith said, "but Byrne is going to have a sore neck for a while. I didn't hit him hard enough to break it, but he'll get plenty of sleep before he wakes up." More FBI men came in, and they dragged out the unprotesting Byrne. Dr. Kent said, "Well, I'm glad that's over. I'll have to get back and see what Dr. Nordred is raving about." "Raving?" asked McKeith innocently. "Yes. While I was in the pump room reducing the pressure, he called me on the interphone. He said he'd been looking all over for me. He and Luvacek and Besserman were up in the lab." He frowned. "They claimed that one of the radio-lead samples was floating in the air in the lab. It's settled down now, I gather, but it only weighs a fraction of what it should, though it's gaining all the time. And that's ridiculous. It's not at all what Dr. Nordred's theory predicted." Then he clamped his lips together, thinking perhaps he had talked too much. "Interesting," said McKeith blandly. "Very interesting." Senator Gonzalez sat in Brian Taggart's sixth-floor office in the SMMR building and looked puzzled. "All right, I grant you that Byrne couldn't have been the saboteur. Then why arrest him?" Dave McKeith took a drag from his cigarette before he answered. "We had to have a patsy, someone to put the blame on. No one really believed that it was just bad luck, but they'll all accept the idea that Byrne was a saboteur." "We would have had to arrest him eventually anyway," said Brian Taggart. "Give me a quick rundown," Gonzalez said. "I've got to explain this to the president." "Did you ever hear of the Pauli effect?" McKeith asked. "Something about the number of electrons that—" "No," McKeith said quickly. "That's the Pauli principle, better known as the exclusion principle. The Pauli effect is a different thing entirely, a psionic effect. It used to be said that a theoretical physicist was judged by his inability to handle research apparatus. The clumsier he was in the research, the better he was with theory. But Wolfgang Pauli was a lot more than clumsy. Apparatus would break, topple over, go to pieces, or burn up if Pauli just walked into the room. Up to the time he died in 1958, his colleagues kidded about it, without really believing there was anything behind it. But it is recorded that the explosion of some vacuum equipment in a laboratory at the University in Göttingen was the direct result of the Pauli effect. It was definitely established that the explosion occurred at the precise moment that a train on which Pauli was traveling stopped for a short time at the Göttingen railway station. The senator said, "The poltergeist phenomenon." "Not exactly," McKeith said, "although there is a similarity. The poltergeist phenomenon is usually spectacular and is nearly always associated with teenage neurotics. Then there's the pyrotic. Fires always start in his vicinity. But there's always a reason for psionic phenomenon to react violently under subconscious control," Senator Gonzalez pointed out. "There's always a psychological quirk." "Sure. And I almost fell into the same trap myself." "How so?" "I was thinking that if Byrne were the saboteur, all our theories of psionics would have to be thrown out. We'd have to start from a different set of precepts, and I didn't even want to think about such an idea. Nobody likes their pet theories overthrown, Gonzalez observed. Of course not. But here's the point. The only way that a scientific theory can be proved wrong is to uncover a phenomenon which doesn't fit in with the theory. A theoretical physicist is a mathematician. He makes logical deductions and logical predictions by juggling symbols around in accordance with some logical system. But the axioms, the assumptions upon which those systems are built, are non-logical. You can't prove an axiom. It comes right out of the mind. So imagine that you're a trained theoretical physicist, a really original type thinker. You come up with a mathematical system that explains all known phenomena at that time and predicts others that are, as yet, unknown. You check your math over and over again. There's no error in your logic, since it all follows step by step. Okay, go on, Gonzalez said interestedly. Very well then. You've built yourself a logical universe based on your axioms, and the structure seems to have a one-to-one correspondence with the actual universe. Not only that, but if the theory is accepted, you've built your reputation on it, your life. Now what happens if your axioms, not the logic about the axioms, but the axioms themselves, are proven to be wrong? Brian Taggart took his pipe out of his mouth. Why, you give up the erroneous set of axioms and build a new set that will explain the new phenomena. Isn't that what a scientist is supposed to do? His manner was that of wide-eyed innocence, laid on with a large trowel. Oh, sure it is, said the senator. A man builds his whole life, his whole universe, on a set of principles. He claims he will, McKeith said. Any scientist worth the paper his diploma is printed on is firmly convinced that he will change his axioms as soon as they're proven false. Of course, 99% of them can't, and won't, and don't. They refuse to look at anything that suggests changing axioms. Some scientists eagerly accept the axioms that they were taught in school and hang on to them all their lives, fighting change tooth and nail. Oh, they'll accept new ideas all right, provided they fit in with the structures based on the old axiom. Then there are the young iconoclasts who don't like the axioms as they stand, so they make up some new ones of their own. Men like Newton, Einstein, Planck, and so on. Then, once the new axioms have been forced down the throats of their colleagues, the innovators become the old order. The iconoclasts become the ones who put the fences around the new images to safeguard them. And they're even more firmly wedded to their axioms than anyone else. This is their universe. Of course, these men proclaim to all the world that they are perfectly willing to change their axioms. And the better a scientist he is, the more he believes in his heart of hearts that he really would change. He really thinks consciously that he wants others to test his theories. But notice, a theory is only good if it explains all known phenomena in its field. If it does, then the only thing that can topple it is a new fact. The only thing that can threaten the complex structure formulated by a really creative, painstaking mathematical physicist is experiment. Senator Gonzalez's attentive silence was eloquent. Experiment, McKeith repeated. That can wreck a theory quicker and more completely than all the learned arguments of a dozen men. And every theoretician is aware of that fact. Consciously, he gladly accepts the inevitable, but his subconscious mind will fight to keep those axioms, even if it has to smash every experimental device around. After all, if nobody can experiment on your pet theory, it can't be proved wrong, can it? In Nordred's case, as in Pauli's, this subconscious defense actually made itself felt in the form of broken equipment. Dr. Theodore Nordred was totally unconscious of the fact that he detested and feared the idea of anyone experimenting to prove or disprove his theory. He had no idea that he himself was rechanneling the energy in those machines to make them burn out. Brian Taggart looked at McKeith pointedly. Do you think the shock treatment you gave him will cause any repercussions? No. Griffin and Benbow held that block of radio lead floating in the air only while Dr. Nordred was alone in the lab. He pushed at it, felt of it, and moved it around for more than 10 minutes before he'd admit the reality of what he saw. Then he called Luvacek and Besserman in to look at it. Griffin and Benbow let the sample settle on the desk, so that by the time the other two scientists got to the lab, the lead didn't have an apparent negative weight, but was still much lighter than it should be. All the while that Besserman and Luvacek were trying to weigh the lead block to get an accurate measurement, Griffin and Benbow, 3 rooms away, kept increasing the weight slowly towards normal. And so far, no one has invented a device which will give an instantaneous check on the weight of an object. A balance can't check the weight of a sample unless that weight is constant. There's too much time lag involved. So what evidence do they have? Scientifically speaking, none. They have no measurements, and the experiment can't be repeated. And only Nordred actually saw the sample floating. Luvacek and Besserman will eventually think up a natural explanation for the apparent steady gain in weight. Only Nordred will remain convinced that what he saw actually happened. I don't see how there could be any serious repercussions in the field of physics, but he looked at Taggart for confirmation. Taggart gave it to him with an approving look. It's a funny thing, said Gonzalez musingly. Some time back, we were in a situation where we had to go to the extreme of physical violence to keep from demonstrating to a scientist that psionic powers could be controlled, just to keep from ruining the physicist's work. Now we turn right around and demonstrate the impossible to another physicist in order to pull his hard-earned axioms out from under him. He smiled wryly. There ain't no justice in the world. No, agreed McKeith, but the trick worked. He won't have any subconscious desire to smash equipment just to protect a theory that has already been smashed. On the contrary, he'll let them go through in order to find new data to build another theory on. He'll never again be the man he was, said Taggart regretfully. He's lost the force of his convictions. He won't be capable of taking a no-nonsense, dogmatic, black-and-white stand, but it was necessary. He made an odd gesture with one hand. What else can you do with a man who's a psionic psychopath? End of Psychopath by Randall Garrett.
Shipwreck in the Sky by Iando Binder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Schwartz. The flight into space that made pilot Captain Dan Barstow famous. The flight was listed at GHQ as Project Songbird. It was sponsored by the Space Medicine Labs of the U.S. Air Force, and its pilot was Captain Dan Barstow. A hand-picked man, Dan Barstow, chosen for the Air Force's most important project of the year because he and his VX-3 had already broken all previous records set by hordes of V-2s, Navy Aerobees, and anything else that flew the skyways. Dan Barstow, first man to cross the sea of air and sight open unlimited space. Pioneer flight to infinity. He grinned and hummed to himself as he settled down for the long jaunt. Too busy to be either thrilled or scared, he considered the 37 instruments he'd have to read, the twice that many records to keep, and the miles of camera film to run. He had been hand-picked and thoroughly conditioned to take it all without more than 10% increases in his pulse rate. so he worked as matter-of-factly as if he were down in the G's centrifuge of the space medicine labs, where he had been schooled for this trip for months. He kept up a running fire of oral reports, through his helmet radio, down to Rough Rock and his CO. "All roger, sir. Temperature falling fast, but this rubberoid spacesuit keeps me cozy. No chills." Doc Blaine will be happy to hear that. "Weightless sensations pretty queer, and I feel upside down as much as right side up. But no bad effects. Taking shots of the sun's corona now with color film." "Huh? Oh, yes, sir. It's beautiful, all right, now that you mentioned it. But hell, sir, who's got the time for aesthetics now? Oops, that was a close one. 10th meteor whizzing past. Makes me think of flak back on those Berlin bombing runs." Dan couldn't help wincing when the meteors peppered down past. The flak of space. Below, he could see the meteors flare up brightly as they hit the atmosphere. Most of those near his position were small, none bigger than a baseball, and Dan took comfort in the fact that his rocket was small too, in the immensity around him. A direct hit would be sheer bad luck. But the good old law of averages were on his side. "Yes, Colonel, this tin can I'm riding is holding together okay," Dan continued to Rough Rock. If he paused even a second in his reports, a top sergeant's yell from the colonel's throat came back for him to keep talking. Every bit of information he could transmit to them was a vital revelation in this U.S. Air Force Alpha exploration of open space beyond Earth's air cushion, with ceiling unlimited to infinity. "Cosmic rays, sir? Sure, the reading shot up double on the Geiger." "Huh? Nah, I don't feel a thing. Like Doc Baird suspected, we invented a lot of old wives' tales in advance, before going into space. I feel fine, so you can put down cosmic ray intensity as a boogeyman." "What's that?" Yeah, sir. The stars shine without winking up here." "What else?" "Space is icky black. No deep purples or queer. More than blacks like some jetted up writers dreamed up. Just plain old ordinary dead black." "Earth, sir?" "Well, it does look dish-shaped from up here. Concave. Sure, I can see all the way to Europe, and say, here's something unexpected. I can see that hurricane off the coast of Florida. You said it, sir. Once we install permanent space stations up here, it will be easy to spot typhoons, volcano eruptions, tidal waves, earthquakes, what have you, the moment they start up. If you ask me, with a good telescope, you could even spot forest fires the minute they broke out, not to mention a sneak bombing on a target city." "Huh? Sorry, sir, I forgot." Dan broke off and almost retched as his stomach turned a flip-flop to end all flip-flops. The VX-3 had reached the peak of its trajectory at over 1,000 miles altitude, and now turned down, lazily at first. He gulped oxygen from the emergency tube at his lips and felt better. "Turning back on schedule, Rough Rock. Peak altitude 1,037 miles. Everything's fine, no danger. This was all a cinch. Hey, wait, something not in the books has popped up. Stand by." Dan had felt the rocket swing a bit, strangely, as if gripped by a strong force. Instead of falling directly down towards Earth with a slight pitch, it slanted sideways and spun on its long axis. And then Dan saw what it was. Beneath, intercepting his trajectory, coming around fast over the curvature of the Earth, was a tiny black worldlet, 998 miles above Earth. It might be an enormous meteor, but Dan felt he was right the first time, for it wasn't falling like a meteor, but swinging parallel to Earth's surface on an even keel. He stared at the unexpected discovery, as amazed as if it were a fire-breathing dragon out of a legend. For it was, actually, he realized in a swift, stunned comprehension, more amazing than any legend. Dan kept his voice calm. "Hello, Rough Rock? Listen, nobody expected this. Hold your hat, sir, and sit down. I've discovered a second moon of Earth." "Huh? You heard me right. A second moon. Tie that, will you?" "Sure, it's tiny. Less than a mile in diameter, I'd say. Dead black in color. Guess that's why telescopes never spotted it. Tiny and black. Blends into the black backdrop of space. It has terrific speed. And that little Maverick's gravitational field caught my rocket. Of course, it can't yank me away from Earth's gravity, but the trouble is, yipe, my rocket and that moonlet may be in for a mutual collision course." Dan's trained eyes suddenly saw that grim possibility. barreling around Earth in a narrow orbit with a speed of something near over 12,000 miles an hour. The tiny new moon had, since his ascent, charged directly into his downward free fall. It was a chance in 1,000 for a direct hit, except for one added factor. The moonlet exerted enough gravity pull out of its many million-ton bulk to warp the rocket into its path, and the 1,000-to-1 odds were thus wiped out, becoming even money. "Nip and tuck," reported Dan, answering the excited pleadings and questions from Rough Rock. "It won't be a head-on crash. I may even miss entirely. Oh Lord, not with that spire of rock sticking up from it. I'm going to hit that." Dan had heard an atomic bomb blast once, and it sounded like a string of them set off at once as the rocket smashed into the rocky prominence. The rock splintered. The rocket splintered. But Dan was not there to be splintered likewise. He had jammed down a button at the critical moment, and the rocket's emergency escape hatch had ejected him a split second before the violent impact. But Dan blacked out, receiving some of the concussion of the exploding rocket. When his eyes snapped open, he was floating like a feather in open, airless space. His rubberoid spacesuit, living up to its rigid tests, have inflated to its elastic limit. But it held, and within, its automatic units began feeding him oxygen, heat, and radio power. He had a chance now, because he had been ejected cleanly from the rocket without damage to the protective suit. The stars wheeled dizzily around him. Dan finally saw the reason why. He was not just floating as a free agent in space. He was circling the black moonlet at perhaps 1,000 yards from its pitted surface. "Hello, Rough Rock," he called. "Still alive and kicking, sir. Only now, of all crazy mad things, I'm a moon of this moon. The collision must have knocked me clear out of my down-to-earth orbit. I must have been ejected in the same direction as the moonlet's course. In its gravity field, I don't know. Let an electric brain figure it out sometime. Anyway, now I'm being dragged along in the orbit of the moonlet. How about that? Yes, sir, I'm circling down closer and closer to the moonlet. No, don't worry, sir. It was a weak gravity pull, only a fraction of an Earth G. So I'm drifting down, gently as a cloud. Stand by for my landing on Earth's second moon." The bloated figure in the bulging spacesuit circled the black stony surface several more times in a narrowing spiral, and finally landed with a soft skidding bump that didn't even jar Dan's teeth. He bounced several more times from a diminishing height of 50-odd feet in grotesque slow motion before he finally came to a stop. He sat still for a moment, adjusting to the fantastic fact of being shipwrecked on an uncharted moonlet, crowding down his pulse rate, which might be over 10% normal now. "Okay, Rough Rock, I hear you. You're telling me, sir. Obviously, I'm marooned here. No rocket to leave with. No way to get back to the terra firma. What? If you'll pardon my saying so, sir, that's a silly question. Of course I'm scared. Scared green. Sorry about the rocket, sir. Losing it for you. Me, sir? Thank you, sir. But stop apologizing, will you? I know you haven't got any duplicates of the VX-3 ready. No rescue rocket." Dan listened for a moment longer, then broke in roughly. "Oh, for Pete's sake, will you stop crying over me, sir? So I get mine here. I might have gotten it over Berlin, too. Forget it, sir." Dan grinned suddenly. "Look, what have I got to kick about? I'll go out in a flash of glory, at least one headline will put it that way, and I'll get credit in the history books as the man who discovered that Earth has 2 moons. What more could I ask, really?" Dan blushed at the reply from Rough Rock. "Will you lay off, please, Colonel? How else should a man take it? I'm still scared silly inside. But look, I've really got something to report now. This little runt moon makes tracks around Earth in probably 2 hours minus. If I remember my space nautics right, I'm already looking down over the Grand Canyon, heading west. I'm going to get a pretty terrific bird's-eye view of the whole world in 2 more hours, which is just about how much oxygen I've got left. Lucky, eh?" Dan looked down, watching in fascination the majestic wheeling of the Earth below him. His little moonlet did not rotate, or rather, it rotated once for every revolution around the Earth, as the moon did, keeping one face earthward, giving him an uninterrupted view. The Sierras on Earth hove into clear view, and the broad Pacific. There would follow Hawaii, then Japan, Asia, Europe. No, he saw he was slanting southwest. It would be across the equator, past Australia, perhaps near the South Pole. then up and around over the top of the world past Greenland, following that great circle around the globe. In any case, his was the speediest trip around the world ever made by man. Before we're out of mutual range, Rough Rock, I'm going to explore this new moon. Me and Columbus. Stand by for reports. Dan did his walking in huge leaps that propelled him 50 feet at a step with slight effort due to the extremely feeble gravity of the tiny body. What did he weigh here? Probably no more than an ounce or two. Nothing much to report, Colonel. It's a dead, airless, pipsqueak planetoid. Just a big mile-thick rock, probably. No life, no vegetation, no people, no nothing. Guess you might call me the man in the second moon. And the joke's on me. Well, 1 3/4 hours of oxygen left by the gauge, or 105 minutes. Sounds like more that way. What's that, sir? Your voice is getting faint. Any last requests from me? Well, one favor maybe. Pick up my body someday with another rocket. Yeah, it'll stay preserved up here in this deep freeze of space. That's... Sir? Can't hear you much now. Going out of range. Give Betty my fondest. You know the blonde. Well, sir, goodbye now. Dan was glad that Rough Rock's radio voice faded to a whispery nothingness. It wasn't easy to stay casual now. There was nothing more to say, really, and he didn't want to hear any more crying from the CO. The old man had sounded almost hysterical. He wanted just to be alone with his thoughts now, making his final peace with the universe. He checked the gauge with his watch, 90 minutes of oxygen to 0, or, he thought with a grin, eternity minus 90 minutes. He was beginning to have trouble breathing, but it was awesomely grand watching the sweep of Earth beneath him, the procession of dots that were islands strung across the Pacific South Seas like a necklace of green beads. He was still within radio range of ships below at sea, yet he didn't contact them. He had nothing to say, like a ghost in the sky. Idly, he kept pitching loose stones, watching their rifle-like speed away from him. Again, a phenomenon of the weak gravity of the moonlet. Actually, he was able to pick up a boulder 10 feet across and heave it away with ease. We who are about to die amuse ourselves, he thought. Then, because a thread of stubborn hope still clung in a corner of his mind, he got an idea. It had lurked just beyond his mental grasp for some time now. Something significant. Abruptly, facing a light, Dan switched on his radio and contacted a ship below, asking them to relay him to Rough Rock with their more powerful transmitter. Ahoy, Rough Rock! Stop adding up my insurance, Colonel. I'm coming back. No, sir. I haven't gone out of my head, sir. It's so simple it's a laugh, sir. See you in a few hours, sir. And he did. Dan grinned when they hauled his dripping form from the sea. Aboard the search plane, they cut him out of the spacesuit to which was still attached his emergency twin parachute. But his helmet was gone, ripped loose, for Dan had been breathing fresh Earth air during the long parachute descent. They stared at him, as at a dead man come alive. Impossible to escape, he chuckled, repeating their babble. That's what I thought too, until I remembered those data tables on gravity and escape velocity and such. How on the moon, the escape velocity is much less than on Earth. And on that tiny second moon, well, my clue was when I threw a stone into the air and it never came back. Dan gulped hot coffee. I got off the moonlet myself, then. Got up to more than a mile above it, where I was free of its feeble gravity. But I was still in the same orbit circling Earth. I'd have continued revolving as a human satellite forever, of course, but for this emergency gadget hooked to my belt. Dan held up a metal gun with its empty tank and needle nose half burned away. Reaction pistol. Fires hydrazine and oxidizer. Ordinary jet rocket principle. Aiming it towards the stars opposite Earth. Its reactive blast shoved me earthward, thanks to Newton. I needed a speed of about 1/2 mile a second. The powerful little jet gun had only my small mass to shove in free space without gravity or friction. That broke me from freefall, around Earth, to gravity fall toward Earth. Then, I spiraled down under gravity pull. I reached lung-filling air density just in time, before my oxygen gave out. One more danger was that I began heating up like a meteor due to air friction. I flung out a prayer first, followed by my twin parachutes, designed for extreme initial shock. They held, slowed me to a paratrooper's drift the rest of the way down. Wait, a puzzled pilot objected. Your story doesn't hang together. How did you get off that moonlet? How did you get up there, a mile above it, away from its gravity? There was nobody to throw you like a stone." "I threw myself," said Dan. "First, I ran as fast as I could, maybe halfway around that moonlet to get a good running start. And then," Dan Barstow's grin then was undoubtedly the biggest grin in history. "Well, then, since the feeble gravity couldn't pull me back again, what I really did was to jump clear off that moon." Shipwreck in the Sky by Iando Binder. Recorded by Robert Schwartz. www.rsvo.ca.
The Spy in the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. The Spy in the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. When the elevator didn't come, that just made the day perfect. A broken egg yolk, a stuck zipper, a feedback in the aircon exhaust, the window sticking at full transparency. Well, I won't go through the whole sorry list. Suffice it to say that when the elevator didn't come, that put the roof on the city, as they say. It was just one of those days. Everybody gets them. Days when you're lucky if you make it to nightfall with no bones broken. But of all times for it to happen. For literally months I'd been building my courage up, and finally, just today, I had made my mind up to do it, to propose to Linda. I'd called her second thing this morning, right after the egg yolk, and invited myself down to her place. 10 o'clock, she'd said, smiling sweetly at me out of the phone. She knew why I wanted to talk to her, and when Linda said 10 o'clock, she meant 10 o'clock. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean that Linda's a perfectionist or a harridan or anything like that. Far from it. But she does have a fixation on that one subject of punctuality. The result of her job, of course. She was an ore sled dispatcher. Ore sleds, being robots, were invariably punctual. If an ore sled didn't return on time, no one waited for it. They simply knew that it had been captured by some other project and had blown itself up. Well, of course, after working as an ore sled dispatcher for 3 years, Linda quite naturally was a bit obsessed. I remember one time, shortly after we started dating, when I arrived at her place 5 minutes late and found her having hysterics. She thought I'd been killed. She couldn't visualize anything less than that keeping me from arriving at the designated moment. When I told her what actually had happened, I'd broken a shoelace, she refused to speak to me for 4 days. And then the elevator didn't come. Until then, I'd managed somehow to keep the day's minor disasters from ruining my mood, even while eating that horrible egg. I couldn't very well throw it away, broken yolk or no. It was my breakfast allotment, and I was hungry. And while hurriedly jury-rigging drapery across that gaspingly transparent window, 153 stories straight down to slag, I kept going over and over my prepared proposal speeches, trying to select the most effective one. I had a whimsical approach. "Honey, I see there's a nice little non-P apartment available up on 173. And I had a romantic approach. "Darling, I can't live without you at the moment. Temporarily, I'm madly in love with you. I want to share my life with you for a while. Would you be provisionally mine?" I even had a straightforward approach. "Linda, I'm going to be needing a wife for at least a year or two, and I can't think of anyone I would rather spend that time with than you." Actually, though I couldn't have admitted this to Linda, much less to anyone else, I loved her in more than a non-P way. But even if we had both been genetically desirable, neither of us were, I knew that Linda relished her freedom and independence too much to ever contract for any kind of marriage other than non-P, non-permanent, no progeny. So I rehearsed my various approaches, realizing that when the time came I would probably be so tongue-tied I'd be capable of no more than a blurted, "Will you marry me?" And I struggled with zippers and malfunctioning air cons, and I managed somehow to leave the apartment at 5 minutes to 10. Linda lived down on the 140th floor, 13 floors away. It never took more than 2 or 3 minutes to get to her place, so I was giving myself plenty of time. But then the elevator didn't come. I pushed the button, waited. Nothing happened. I couldn't understand it. The elevator had always arrived before, within 30 seconds of the button being pushed. This was a local stop, with an elevator that traveled between the 133rd floor and the 167th floor, where it was possible to make connections for either the next local or for the express. So it couldn't be more than 20 stories away, and this was a non-rush hour. I pushed the button again, and then I waited some more. I looked at my watch, and it was 3 minutes to 10. 2 minutes, and no elevator. If it didn't arrive this instant, this second, I would be late. It didn't arrive. I vacillated, not knowing what to do next. Stay, hoping the elevator would come after all, or hurry back to the apartment and call Linda to give her advance warning that I would be late. 10 more seconds and still no elevator. I chose the second alternative, raced back down the hall, and thumbed my way into my apartment. I dialed Linda's number, and the screen lit up with white letters on black, "Privacy Disconnection." Of course, Linda expected me at any moment, and she knew what I wanted to say to her, so quite naturally she had disconnected the phone to keep us from being interrupted. Frantic, I dashed from the apartment again, back down the hall to the elevator, and leaned on that blasted button with all my weight. Even if the elevator should arrive now, I would still be almost a minute late. No matter, it didn't arrive. I would have been in a howling rage anyway, but this impossibly piled on top of all the other annoyances and breakdowns of the day was just too much. I went into a frenzy and kicked the elevator door 3 times before I realized I was hurting myself more than I was hurting the door. I limped back to the apartment, fuming, slammed the door behind me, grabbed the phone book, and looked up the number of the transit staff. I dialed, prepared to register a complaint so loud they'd be able to hear me in sub-basement 3. I got some more letters that spelled busy. It took 3 tries before I got through to a hurried-looking female receptionist. "My name is Rice," I bellowed. "Edmund Rice. I live on the 153rd floor. I just rang for the elevator and—" "The elevator is disconnected." She said it very rapidly, as though she were growing very used to saying it. It only stopped me for a second. "Disconnected? What do you mean, disconnected? Elevators don't get disconnected," I told her. "We will resume service as soon as possible," she rattled. My bellowing was bouncing off her like radiation off the Project Force screen. I changed tactics. First, I inhaled, making a production out of it, giving myself the chance to calm down a bit. And then I asked, as rationally as you could please, "Would you mind terribly telling me why the elevator is disconnected?" "I am sorry, sir, but that—" "Stop," I said. I said it quietly, too, but she stopped. I saw her looking at me. She hadn't done that before. She'd merely gazed blankly at her screen and parroted her responses. But now she was actually looking at me. I took advantage of the fact. Calmly, rationally, I said to her, "I would like to tell you something, miss. I would like to tell you just what you people have done to me by disconnecting the elevator. You have ruined my life." She blinked, open-mouthed. "Ruined your life?" "Precisely." I found it necessary to inhale again, even more slowly than before. "I was on my way," I explained, "to propose to a girl whom I dearly love. In every way but one, she is the perfect woman. Do you understand me?" She nodded, wide-eyed. I had stumbled on a romantic, though I was too preoccupied to notice it at the time. "In every way but one," I continued. "She has one small imperfection, a fixation about punctuality. And I was supposed to meet her at 10 o'clock. I'm late." I shook my fist at the screen. "Do you realize what you've done? Disconnecting the elevator. Not only won't she marry me, she won't even speak to me. Not now, not after this." "Sir," she said tremulously, "please don't shout." "I'm not shouting." "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I understand You understand? I trembled with speechless fury. She looked all about her, and then leaned closer to the screen, revealing a cleavage that I was too distraught at the moment to pay any attention to. "We're not supposed to give this information out, sir," she said, her voice low. "But I'm going to tell you, so you'll understand why we had to do it. I think it's perfectly awful that it had to ruin things for you this way. But the fact of the matter is," she leaned even closer to the screen, "there's a spy in the elevator." 2. It was my turn to be stunned. I just gaped at her. A what? A spy. He was discovered on the 147th floor and managed to get into the elevator before the Army could catch him. He jammed it between floors. But the Army is doing everything it can think of to get him out. Well, but why should there be any problem about getting him out? He plugged in the manual controls. We can't control the elevator from outside at all. And when anyone tries to get into the shaft, he aims the elevator at them. That sounded impossible. He aims the elevator? He runs it up and down the shaft, she explained, trying to crush anybody who goes after him. Oh, I said, so it might take a while. She leaned so close this time that even I, distracted as I was, could hardly help but take note of her cleavage. She whispered, "They're afraid they'll have to starve him out." Oh, no. She nodded solemnly. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," she said. Then she glanced to her right, suddenly straightened up again, and said, "We will resume service as soon as possible." Click. Blank screen. For a minute or two, all I could do was sit and absorb what I'd been told. A spy in the elevator. A spy who had managed to work his way all the way up to the 147th floor before being unmasked. What in the world was the matter with the Army? If things were getting that lax, the project was doomed, force screen or no. Who knew how many more spies there were in the project, still unsuspected? Until that moment, the state of siege in which we all lived had no reality for me. The project, after all, was self-sufficient and completely enclosed. No one ever left, no one ever entered. Under our roof we were a nation, 200 stories high. The ever-present threat of other projects had never been more for me, or for most people either, I suspect, than occasional ore sleds that didn't return, occasional spies shot down as they tried to sneak into the building, occasional spies of our own leaving the project in tiny radiation-proof cars, hoping to get safely within another project and bring back news of any immediate threats and dangers that project might be planning for us. Most spies didn't return. Most ore sleds did. And within the project, life was full, the knowledge of external dangers merely lurking at the backs of our minds. After all, those external dangers had been no more than potential for decades, since what Dr. Kilbally called the ungentlemanly gentleman's war. Dr. Kilbally, Intermediate Project History, when I was 15 years old, had private names for every major war of the 20th century. There was the ignoble nobleman's war, the racial, non-racial war, and the ungentlemanly gentleman's war, known to the textbooks, of course, as World Wars I, II, and III. The rise of the projects, according to Dr. Kilbally, was the result of many, many factors, but two of the most important were the population explosion and the Treaty of Oslo. The population explosion, of course, meant that there was continuously more and more people, but never any more space, so that housing, in the historically short time of the century, made a complete transformation from horizontal expansion to vertical. Before 1900, the vast majority of human beings lived in tiny huts of from 1 to 5 stories. By 2000, everybody lived in projects. From the very beginning, small attempts were made to make these projects more than dwelling places. By mid-century, projects, also called apartments and co-ops, already installed restaurants, shopping centers, babysitting services, dry cleaners, and a host of other adjuncts. By the end of the century, the projects were completely self-sufficient, with food grown hydroponically in the sub-basements, separate floors set aside for schools and churches and factories, robot ore sleds capable of seeking out raw materials unavailable within the projects themselves, and so on. And all because of, among other things, the population explosion, and the Treaty of Oslo. It seems there was a power struggle between two sets of then existing nations. They were something like projects, only horizontal instead of vertical, and both sets were equipped with atomic weapons. The Treaty of Oslo began by stating that atomic war was unthinkable. It added that just in case anybody happened to think of it, only tactical atomic weapons could be used. No strategic atomic weapons. A tactical weapon is something you use on the soldiers, and a strategic weapon is something you use on the folks at home. Oddly enough, when somebody did think of the war, both sides adhered to the Treaty of Oslo, which meant that no projects were bombed. Of course, they made up for this as best they could by using tactical atomic weapons all over the place. After the war, almost the whole world was quite dangerously radioactive, except for the projects, or at least those of them which had in time installed the force screens, which had been invented on the very eve of battle and which deflected radioactive particles. However, what with all the other treaties which were broken during the ungentlemanly Gentlemen's War, by the time it was finished, nobody was quite sure anymore who was on which side. That project over there on the horizon might be an ally, and then again it might not. Since they weren't sure either, it was risky to expose yourself in order to ask. And so life went on, with little to remind us of the dangers lurking outside. The basic policy of eternal vigilance and instant preparedness was left to the Army. The rest of us simply lived our lives and let it go at that. But now, there was a spy in the elevator. When I thought of how deeply he had penetrated our defenses, and of how many others there might be, still penetrating, I shuddered. The walls were our safeguards only so long as all potential enemies were on the other side of them. I sat, shaken, digesting this news, until suddenly I remembered Linda. I leaped to my feet, reading from my watch that it was now 10:15. I dashed once more from the apartment and down the hall to the elevator, praying that the spy had been captured by now, and that Linda would agree with me that a spy in the elevator was good and sufficient reason for me to be late. He was still there. At least the elevator was still out. I sagged against the wall, thinking dismal thoughts. Then I noticed the door to the right of the elevator. Through that door was the stairway. I hadn't paid any attention to it before. No one ever uses the stairs except adventurous young boys playing cops and robbers, running up and down from landing to landing. I myself hadn't set a foot on a flight of stairs since I was 12 years old. Actually, the whole idea of stairs was ridiculous. We had elevators, didn't we? Usually, I mean, when they didn't contain spies. So what was the use of stairs? Well, according to Dr. Kilbilly, a walking library of unnecessary information, the project had been built when there were still such things as municipal governments, something to do with cities, which were more or less grouped projects. And the local municipal government had had on its books a fire ordinance, anachronistic even then, which required a complete set of stairs in every building constructed in the city. Ergo, the project had stairs, 3,200 of them. And now, after all these years, the stairs might prove useful after all. It was only 13 flights to Linda's floor. At 16 steps a flight, that meant 208 steps. Could I descend 208 steps for my true love? I could if the door would open. It would, though reluctantly. Who knew how many years it had been since this door had been opened? It squeaked and wailed and groaned and finally opened halfway. I stepped through to the musty, dusty landing, took a deep breath, and started down. 8 steps on a landing, 8 steps on a floor, 8 steps on a landing, 8 steps on a floor. On the landing between 150 and 149, there was a smallish door. I paused, looking curiously at it. The letters had long since flaked away, but they left a lighter residue of dust than that which covered the rest of the door, and so the words could still be read, if with difficulty. I read them. They said, "Emergency entrance, elevator shaft, authorized personnel only. Keep locked." I frowned, wondering immediately why this door wasn't being firmly guarded by at least a platoon of army men. Half a dozen possible answers flashed through my mind. The more recent maps might simply have omitted this discarded and unnecessary door. It might be sealed shut on the other side. The Army might have caught the spy already. Somebody in authority might simply have goofed. As I stood there pondering these possibilities, the door opened, and the spy came out, waving a gun. 3. He couldn't have been anybody else but the spy. The gun, in the first place. The fact that he looked harried and upset and terribly nervous, in the second place. And, of course, the fact that he came from the elevator shaft. Looking back, I think he must have been just as startled as I was when we came face to face like that. We formed a brief tableau, both of us open-mouthed and wide-eyed. Unfortunately, he recovered first. He closed the emergency door behind him quickly but quietly. His gun stopped waving around and instead pointed directly at my middle. "Don't move," he whispered harshly. "Don't make a sound." I did exactly as I was told. I didn't move, and I didn't make a sound, which left me quite free to study him. He was rather short, perhaps 3 inches shorter than me, with a bony, high-cheekboned face featuring deep-set eyes and a thin-lipped mouth. He wore gray slacks and a shirt, with brown slippers on his feet. He looked exactly like a spy, which is to say that he didn't look like a spy. He looked overpoweringly ordinary. More than anything else, he reminded me of a rather taciturn milkman who used to make deliveries to my parents' apartment. His gaze darted this way and that. Then he motioned with his free hand at the descending stairs and whispered, "Where do they go?" I had to clear my throat before I could speak. "All the way down," I said. "Good," he said, just as we both heard a sudden raucous squealing from perhaps 4 floors down, a squealing which could be nothing but the opening of a hall door. It was followed by the heavy thud of ascending boots. The Army. But if I had any visions of immediate rescue, the spy dashed them. He said, "Where do you live?" 153, I said. This was a desperate and dangerous man. I knew my only slim chance of safety lay in answering his questions promptly, cooperating with him until and unless I saw a chance to either escape or capture him. "All right," he whispered. "Go on." And he prodded me with a gun. And so we went back up the stairs to 153 and stopped at the door. He stood close behind me, the gun pressed against my back, and grated in my ear, "I have this gun in my pocket. If you make one false move, I'll kill you. Now, we're going to your apartment. We're friends, just strolling along together. You got that?" I nodded. "All right, let's go." We went. I have never in my life seen that long hall quite so empty as it was right then. No one came out of any of the apartments, no one emerged from any of the branch halls. We walked to my apartment. I thumbed the door open and we went inside. Once the door was closed behind us, he visibly relaxed, sagging against the door, his gun hand hanging limp at his side, a nervous smile playing across his lips. I looked at him, judging the distance between us, wondering if I could leap at him before he could bring the gun up again. But he must have read my intentions on my face. He straightened, shaking his head. He said, "Don't try it. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anybody. But I will if I have to. We'll just wait here together until the hue and cry passes us. Then I'll tie you up so you won't be able to sick your army on me too soon, and I'll leave. If you don't try any silly heroics, nothing will happen to you." "You'll never get away," I told him. "The whole project is alerted." "You let me worry about that," he said. He licked his lips. "You got any Chico coffee?" "Yes." "Make me a cup. And don't get any bright ideas about dousing me with boiling water." "I only have my day's allotment," I protested. "Just enough for 2 cups, lunch and dinner." "2 cups is fine," he said. "One for each of us." And now I had another grudge against this blasted spy. Which reminded me again of Linda. From the looks of things, I wasn't ever going to get to her place. By now, she was probably in mourning for me and might even have the sanitation staff searching for my remains. As I made the Chico, he asked me questions. My name first, and then, "What do you do for a living?" I thought fast. "I'm an ore sled dispatcher," I said. That was a lie, of course, but I'd heard enough about ore sled dispatching from Linda to be able to maintain the fiction should he question me further about it. Actually, I was a gymnast instructor. The subjects I taught included wrestling, judo, and karate, talents I would prefer to disclose to him in my own fashion when the time came. He was quiet for a moment. What about radiation level on the ore sleds? I had no idea what he was talking about and admitted as much. When they come back, he said, how much radiation do they pick up? Don't you people ever test them? Of course not, I told him. I was on secure ground now, with Linda's information to guide me. All radiation is cleaned from the sleds and their cargo before they're brought into the building. I know that, he said impatiently, but don't you ever check them before deradiating them? No, why should we? To find out how far the radiation level outside has dropped. For what? Who cares about that? He frowned bitterly. The same answer, he muttered, more to himself than to me. The same answer every time. You people have crawled into your caves, and you're ready to stay in them forever. I looked around at my apartment. Rather a well-appointed cave, I told him. But a cave, nevertheless. He leaned toward me, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical flame. Don't you ever wish to get outside? Incredible. I nearly poured boiling water all over myself. Outside? Of course not. The same thing, he grumbled, over and over again. Always the same stupidity. Listen, you. Do you realize how long it took man to get out of the caves? The long, slow, painful creep of progress, for millennia before he ever made that first step from the caves? I have no idea, I told him. I'll tell you this, he said belligerently. A lot longer than it took for him to turn around and go back into the cave again. He started pacing the floor, waving the gun around in an agitated fashion as he talked. Is this the natural life of man? It is not. Is this even a desirable life for man? It is definitely not. He spun back to face me, pointing the gun at me again, but this time he pointed it as though it were a finger, not a gun. Listen, you, he snapped. Man was progressing. For all his stupidities and excesses, he was growing up. His dreams were getting bigger and grander and better all the time. He was planning to tackle space. The moon first, and then the planets, and finally the stars. The whole universe was out there, waiting to be plucked like an apple from a tank. And man was reaching out for it. He glared as though daring me to doubt it. I decided that this man was doubly dangerous. Not only was he a spy, he was also a lunatic. So I had two reasons for humoring him. I nodded politely. So what happened? He demanded, and immediately answered himself. I'll tell you what happened. Just as he was about to make that first giant step, man got a hot foot. That's all it was, just a little hot foot. So what did man do? I'll tell you what he did. He turned around and he ran all the way back to the cave he started from, his tail between his legs. That's what he did. To say that all this was incomprehensible would be an extreme understatement. I fulfilled my obligation to this insane dialogue by saying, Here's your coffee. Put it on the table, he said, switching instantly from raving maniac to watchful spy. I put it on the table. He drank deep, then carried the cup across the room and sat down in my favorite chair. He studied me narrowly and suddenly said, What did they tell you I was? A spy? Of course, I said. He grinned bitterly with one side of his mouth. Of course. The damn fools. Spy. What do you suppose I'm going to spy on? He asked the question so violently and urgently that I knew I had to answer quickly and well. The maniac would return. I wouldn't know exactly, I stammered. Military equipment, I suppose. Military equipment? What military equipment? Your army is supplied with uniforms, whistles, and handguns, and that's about it. The defenses, I started. The defenses, he interrupted me, are non-existent. If you mean the rocket launches on the roof, they've rusted through with age. And what other defenses are there? None. If you say so, I replied stiffly. The Army claimed that we had adequate defense equipment. I chose to believe the Army over an enemy spy. Your people send out spies too, don't they? He demanded. Well, of course. And what are they supposed to spy on? Well, it was such a pointless question it seemed silly even to answer it. They're supposed to look for indications of an attack by one of the other projects. And did they find any indications? Ever? I'm sure I don't know, I told him frostily. That would be classified information. You bet it would, he said with malicious glee. All right. If that's what your spies are doing, and I'm a spy, then it follows that I'm doing the same thing, right? I don't follow you, I admitted. If I'm a spy, he said impatiently, then I'm supposed to look for indications of an attack by your people on my project. I shrugged. If that's your job, I said, then that's your job. He got suddenly red-faced and jumped to his feet. That's not my job, you blatant idiot, he shouted. I'm not a spy. If I were a spy, that would be my job. The maniac had returned in full force. All right, I said hastily. All right, whatever you say. He glowered at me for a moment longer, then shouted, Bah! And dropped back into the chair. He breathed rather heavily for a while, glaring at the floor, then looked at me again. All right, listen. What if I were to tell you that I had found indications that you people were planning to attack my project? I stared at him. That's impossible, I cried. We aren't planning to attack anybody. We just want to be left in peace. How do I know that? He demanded. It's the truth. What would we want to attack anybody for? Aha! He sat forward, tensed, pointing the gun at me like a finger again. Now then, he said, if you know it doesn't make any sense for this project to attack any other project, then why in the world should you think they might see some advantage in attacking you? I shook my head, dumbfounded. I can't answer a question like that, I said. How do I know what they're thinking? They're human beings, aren't they? He cried. Like you, like me, like all the other people in this mausoleum? Now, wait a minute. No, he shouted. You wait a minute. I want to tell you something. You think I'm a spy. That blundering army of yours thinks I'm a spy. That fathead who turned me in thinks I'm a spy. But I'm not a spy, and I'm going to tell you what I am. I waited, looking as attentive as possible. I come, he said, from a project about 80 miles north of here. I came here by foot, without any sort of radiation shield at all to protect me. The maniac was back. I didn't say a word. I didn't want to set off the violence that was so obviously in this lunatic. The radiation level, he went on, is way down. It's practically as low as it was before the atom war. I don't know how long it's been that low, but I would guess about 10 years at the very least. He leaned forward again, urgent and serious. The world is safe out there now. Man can come back out of the cave again. He can start building the dreams again. And this time he can build better, because he has the horrible example of the recent past to guide him away from the pitfalls. There's no need any longer for the projects. And that was like saying there's no need any more for stomachs, but I didn't say so. I didn't say anything at all. I'm a trained atomic engineer, he went on, in my project. I worked on the reactor. Theoretically, I believe that there was a chance the radiation outside was lessening by now, though we had no idea exactly how much radiation had been released by the atom war. But I wanted to test the theory, and the commission wouldn't let me. They claimed public safety, but I knew better. If the outside were safe and the projects were no longer needed, then the commission was out of a job, and they knew it. Well, I went ahead with the test anyway, and I was caught at it. For my punishment, I was banned from the project. They kicked me out, telling me if I thought it was safe outside, I could live outside. And if it really was safe, I could come back and tell them. Except that they also made it clear that I would be shot if I tried to get back in, because I would be carrying deadly radiation. He smiled bitterly. They had it all their own way, he said. But it is safe out there. I'm living proof of it. I lived outside for 5 months, and gradually I realized I had to tell others. I had to spread the word that man could have his world back. I didn't dare try to get back into my own project. I would have been recognized and shot before I could say a word. So I came here. He paused to finish the cup of Chico that I should have had with lunch. I knew better, he continued, than to simply walk into the building and announce that I came from outside. Man has an instinctive distrust for strangers anyway. The projects only intensify it. Once again, I would have been shot. So I've been working in a more devious way. I snuck into the project. Not a difficult thing for a man with no metal on his person, no radiation shield cocooning him. And for the last 2 months, I've been wandering around the building and talking with people. I strike up a conversation. I try to plant a few seeds of doubt about the deadliness of outside, and I hope that at least a few of the people I talk to begin to wonder, as I once did. 2 months? This spy, by his own admission, had been in the project 2 months before being detected. I'd never heard of such a thing, and I hoped I'd never hear of such a thing again. Things have worked out pretty well, he said, until today. I said something wrong. I'm still not sure what. And the man I was talking to hollered for army, shouted I was a spy. He pounded the chair arm. But I'm not a spy, and it's the truth. Outside is safe. He glared suddenly at the window. Why have you got that drape up there? The window broke down, I explained. It's stuck at transparent. Transparent? Fine. He got up from the chair, strode across the room, and ripped the drape down from the window. I cowered away from the sun glare, turning my back to the window. Come over here, he shouted. When I didn't move, he snarled. Get up. Come over here, or I swear I'll shoot. And he would have. It was plain in his voice. I got to my feet, hesitant, and walked trembling to the window, squinting against the glare. Look out there, he ordered. Look. I looked. 4. Terror, horror, dizziness, nausea. Far and away and far, nothing and nothing, only the glare and the high blue and the far, far horizon and the broken gray slag stretching out way down below. Do you see? He demanded. Look down there. We're so high up it's hard to see, but look for it. Do you see it? Do you see the green? Do you know what that means? There are green things growing again outside. Not much yet. It's only started back, but it's begun. The radiation is down. Plants are growing again. The power of suggestion, and of course the heightened sensitivity caused by the double threat of a man beside me carrying a gun and that yawning, aching expanse of nothing beyond the window. I nearly fancied that I did see faint specks of green. Do you see it? He asked me. Wait, I said. I leaned closer to the window, though every nerve in me wanted to leap the other way. Yes, I said. Yes, I see it. Green. He sighed, a long, painful sigh of thanksgiving. And now you know, he said. I've been telling you the truth. It is safe outside. And my lie worked. For the first time his guard was completely down. I moved like a whirlwind. I leaped and twisted his arm in a hard hammerlock, which caused him to cry out and drop the gun. That was wrestling. Then I turned and twisted and dipped, causing him to fly over my head and crash to the floor. That was judo. Then I jabbed one rigid forefinger against a certain spot on the side of his neck, causing the blood in his veins to forever stop its motion. That was karate. Well, by the time the army men had finished questioning me, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was 5 hours late. The army men corroborated my belief that the man had been a spy who had apparently lost his mind when cornered in the elevator. Outside was still dangerous, of course, they assured me of that. And he'd been lying about having been here 2 months. He'd been in the project less than 2 days. Not only that, the army men told me they'd found the radiation-proof car he'd driven, and in which he'd hoped to drive back to his own project once he'd discovered all our defenses. Despite the fact that I had the most legitimate excuse for tardiness under the roof, Linda refused to forgive me for not making our 10 o'clock meeting. When I asked her to marry me, she refused, at length and descriptively. But I was surprised and relieved to discover how rapidly I got over my heartbreak. This was aided by the fact that once the news of my exploits spread, there were any number of girls more than anxious to get to know me better, including the well-cleavaged young lady from the transit staff. After all, I was a hero. They even gave me a medal. End of The Spy and the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. Recording by Winston Tharp.
The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Nemeth. One thing man never counted on to take along into space with him was the eternal triangle.
especially a true blue triangle like this. "What's the matter, darling?" James asked anxiously. "Don't you like the planet?" "Oh, I love the planet," Phyllis said. "It's beautiful." It was. The blue, really blue grass, blue-violet shrubbery, and loveliest of all, the great golden tree with sapphire leaves and pale pink blossoms, instead of looking alien, resembled nothing so much as a fairy tale version of Earth. Even the fragrance that filled the atmosphere was completely delightful to terrestrial nostrils, which was unusual, for most other planets, no matter how well adapted for colonization otherwise, tended, from the human viewpoint anyway, to stink. Not that they were not colonized nevertheless, for the population of Earth was expanding at too great a rate to permit merely olfactory considerations to rule out an otherwise suitable planet. This particular group of settlers had been lucky, indeed, to have drawn a planet as pleasing to the nose as to the eye, and, moreover, free from hostile aborigines. As a matter of fact, the only apparent evidence of animate life were the small, bright-hued creatures winging back and forth through the clear air, and which resembled terrestrial birds so closely that there seemed no point to giving them any other name. There were insects, too, although not immediately perceptible, but the ones like bees were devoid of stings, and the butterflies never had to pass through the grub stage but were born in the fullness of their beauty. However, fairest of all creatures on the planet to James Hott, just then anyhow, was his wife, and the expression on her face was not a lovely one. "You do feel all right, don't you?" he asked. "The light gravity gets some people at first." "Yes, I guess I'm all right. I'm still a little shaken, though, and it's not the gravity." He would have liked to take her in his arms and say something comforting, reassuring, but the constraint between them had not yet been worn off. Although he had sent her an ethergram nearly every day of the voyage, the necessarily public nature of the messages had kept them from achieving communication in the deeper sense of the word. "Well, I suppose you did have a bit of a shock," he said lamely. "Somehow I thought I had told you in my grams." "You told me plenty in the grams, but not quite enough, it seems." Her words didn't seem to make sense. The strain had evidently been a little too much. "Maybe you ought to go inside and lie down for a while." "I will, just as soon as I feel less wobbly." She brushed back the long, light brown hair which had got tumbled when she fainted. He remembered a golden rather than reddish tinge in it. But that had been under the yellow sun of Earth. Under the scarlet sun of this planet, it took on a different beauty. "How come the preliminary team didn't include it in their report?" she asked, avoiding his appreciative eye. "They didn't know. We didn't find out ourselves until we sent that first message to Earth. I suppose by the time we did relay the news, you were on your way." "Yes, that must have been it." The preliminary exploration team had established the fact that the planet was more or less Earth-type, that its air was breathable, its temperature agreeably spring-like, its mineral composition very similar to Earth's, with only slight traces of unknown elements, that there was plenty of drinkable water and no threatening life forms. Human beings could, therefore, live on it. It remained for the scout team to determine whether human beings would want to live on it, whether, in fact, they themselves would want to, because if so, they had the option of becoming the first settlers. That was the way the system worked, and in the main, it worked well enough. After less than 2 weeks, the scout team had beamed back to Earth the message that the planet was suitable for colonization, so suitable that they would like to give it the name of Elysium. If there was no objection. There would be none, Earth had replied, so long as the pioneers bore in mind the fact that 6 other planets had previously been given that name, and a human colony currently existed on only one of those. No need to worry about a conflict of nomenclature, however, because the name of that other planet, Elysium, had subsequently been changed by unanimous vote of settlers to Hades. After this somewhat sinister piece of information, Earth had added the more cheerful news that the wives and families of the scouts would soon be on their way, bringing with them the tools and implements necessary to transform the wilderness of the frontier into another Earth. In the meantime, the men were to set up the package buildings, with which all scout ships were equipped, so that when the women came, homes would be ready for them. The men set to work, and before the month was out, they discovered that Elysium was neither a wilderness nor a frontier. It was populated by an intelligent race which had developed its culture to the limit of its physical abilities. Actually, well beyond the limit of what the astounded terrestrials could have conceived its physical abilities to be, then, owing to unavoidable disaster, had started to die out. The remaining natives were perspicacious enough to see in the terrestrials' coming not a threat but a last hope of reviving their own moribund species. Accordingly, the Earthmen were encouraged to go ahead building on the sites originally selected, the only ban being on the type of construction materials used, and a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. James had built his cottage near the largest, handsomest tree in the area allotted to him. Since there were no hostile life forms, there was no need for a closely knit community. Everyone who had seen it agreed that his house was the most attractive one of all, for although it was only a standard prefab, he had used taste and ingenuity to make it a little different from the other unimaginative homes. And now Phyllis, for whom he had performed all this labor of love, for whom he had waited 5 long months, the tedium of which had been broken only by the intellectual pleasure of teaching English to a sympathetic native neighbor, Phyllis seemed unappreciative. She had hardly looked at the inside of the cottage when he had shown her through, and now was staring at the outside in a blank sort of way. The indoctrination courses had not, he reflected, reconciled her to the frontiersman's necessarily simple mode of living, which was ironic, considering that one of her original attractions for him had been her apparent suitability for the pioneer life. She was a big girl, radiantly healthy, even though a little green at the moment. He just managed to keep his voice steady. "You don't like the house, is that it?" "But I do like it, honestly I do." She touched his arm diffidently. "Everything would be perfect if only—" "If only what? Is it the curtains? I'm sorry if you don't like them. I brought them all the way from Earth in case the planet turned out to be habitable. I thought blue was your favorite color." "Oh, it is! It is! I'm mad about the curtains." Perhaps it wasn't the house that disappointed her. Perhaps it was he himself who hadn't lived up to the dim memory and ardent expectation. "If you want to know what is bothering me," she glanced up apprehensively, lowering her voice as she did, "it's that tree. It's stuck on you. I just know it is." He laughed. "Now where did you get a preposterous idea like that, Phil? You've been on the planet exactly 24 hours, and I have, in my luggage, 132 ethergrams talking about practically nothing but Magnolia this and Magnolia that. Oh, I had my suspicions even before I landed, James. The only thing I didn't suspect was that she was a tree." "What are you talking about, honey? Magnolia and I, we're just friends." "Purely a platonic relationship, I assure you," the tree herself agreed. It would have been silly for her to pretend not to have overheard, since the two were still standing almost directly underneath her. "Purely platonic. She's more like a sister to me," James tried to explain. Phyllis stiffened. "Frankly, if I had imagined I was going to have a tree for a sister-in-law, I would have thought before I married you, James." Bursting into tears, she ran inside the cottage. "Sorry," he said miserably to Magnolia. "It's a long trip out from Earth, and an uncomfortable one. I don't suppose the other women were especially nice to her either. Faculty wives mostly, and you know how they are. No, I don't suppose you would, but she shouldn't have acted that way toward you." "Not your fault," Magnolia told him, sighing with such intensity that he could feel the humidity rise. "I know how you've been looking forward to her arrival. Rather a letdown, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right." He tried to sound confident. "And I know you'll like Phyllis when you get to know her." "Possibly, but so far I'm afraid I must admit, since there never has been any pretense between us, that she is a bit of a disappointment. I, and my sisters also, had expected your females when they came to be as upright and true blue as you. Instead, what are they? Shrubs." The door to the cottage flew open. "A shrub, am I?" Phyllis brandished an axe, which James winced to recall was an item of the equipment he had ordered from Earth before the scout team had learned that the trees were intelligent. "I'll shrub you." "Phyllis!" He wrested the axe from her grip. "That would be murder." "Woodman, as the terrestrial poem goes," the tree remarked. Spare that tree, touch not a single bough. In youth it sheltered me, and I'll protect it now. Good of her to take the whole thing so calmly. Rather, to pretend to take it so calmly, for he knew how sensitive Magnolia really was, but he was afraid this show of moral courage would not diminish Phyllis's dislike for her. Those without self-control seldom appreciate those who have it. "If you'll excuse us," he said, putting his arm around his wife's heaving shoulders, "I'd better see to Phyllis. She's a little upset. Holdover from space sickness, I expect. Poor girl, she's a long way from home and frightened." "I understand, Jim," Magnolia told him. "And remember, whatever happens, you can always count on me." "I must say, you're not a very admirable representative of terrestrial womanhood," James snapped as soon as the door had slammed behind him and his wife, leaving them alone in the principal room of the cottage. "Insulting the very first native you meet." "I did not either insult her. All I said was, what beautiful flowers. Do you suppose the fruit is edible? How was I to know she could understand? Naturally, I wouldn't dream of eating her fruit now. It would probably taste nasty anyway. And how do you think I felt when a tree answered me back? You don't care that I fainted dead away, and I've never fainted before in my life. All you care about is that old vegetable's feelings. It was bad enough, feeling for 5 months that someone had come between us, but to find out it wasn't someone, but something?" "Phyllis," he said coldly, "I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head." Dropping into the overstuffed chair, his wife dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. "She wasn't so very polite to me." "Look, Phyllis." He strove to make his voice calm, adult, reasonable. "You happen to have hit on a rather touchy point with her. Those trees are dioecious, you know, like us. And she isn't mated. And, well, she has rather a lot of xylem zones. Rings, you know. Are you trying to tell me she's old? Well, she's no sapling anymore. And consideration aside, you should know it's government policy for us to establish good relations with any intelligent life form we have to share a planet with. You weren't in there trying." Phyllis put away her handkerchief with what he hoped would be a final sniff. "I suppose I shouldn't have acted that way," she conceded. "Now you're talking like my own dear Phyllis," James said tenderly, though as a matter of fact, he had a very remote idea of what his own dear Phyllis was like. He had met her only a couple of months before the scout mission was scheduled, and so their courtship had been brief, and the actual weeks of marriage even briefer. He had remembered Phyllis as beautiful. She was beautiful. He had not, however, remembered her as pig-headed, and pig-headed she was, too. "How come she hasn't a mate? I didn't think trees were choosy." He wouldn't take exception to that statement, uncharitable though it was. After all, someone whose only acquaintance with trees had been the terrestrial variety would naturally be incapable of appreciating the total tree at its highest development. "It's a great tragedy," he told her in a hushed tone. "There was a blight some years back, and most of the male trees died off. Except for a few on the other side of the planet. Well, out of bee-shot. Even if the females there would let the females here have any pollen, which they absolutely won't." "I don't blame them," Phyllis said coldly. Of course she would identify at once with the trees whose domestic lives seemed to be threatened. "It's not that so much. It's that the male trees produce so little pollen." "This would be a good place for people with hay fever then, wouldn't it?" "And even when there is fruit, so much of it tends to be parthenocarpous. No seeds." He sighed. "The entire race is dying out." "How is it you know so much about botany?" she asked suspiciously. "It's not your field." "I don't know so very much, really," he smiled. "I had to learn a little if I wanted to work the land, so I borrowed an elementary text from Cutler." Had he been a trifle idealistic in quitting his snug, if uninspiring, job on the faculty to join in this utopian venture? So many of the other men at the university had enrolled. It had seemed a splendid idea until Phyllis's arrival. "Daddy never had any trouble working his land, and he doesn't know a thing about botany." "You've been boning up on it just to please her." "Phyllis, how can you jump to conclusions without a shred of evidence?" Not that she wouldn't be able to collect such evidence later, because the allegation happened to be correct. "If instead of coming to Elysium I had merely gone to China, would she have thought it so odd that I studied Chinese? Then why? Where the natives are trees, shouldn't I study botany? The woman is unreasonable. And will her people let you farm? Now he could show her how cogently and comprehensively he could answer a logical question. That aspect of the situation will be all right, dear, because only the trees are an intelligent species, and even of them some aren't so bright. They won't have any more objection to our eating the other fruit and vegetables than we would have to an extraterrestrial's eating our eggs and chickens, for example. We're going to try to introduce some earth plants here, though, as the higher forms of vegetation are dying out, and we're afraid the lower might follow. Pity it's too late for a sound conservation program. Phyllis said grimly. She doesn't think it's too late for a sound conservation program. She still has hopes. Far-fetched, maybe. And I'm not so sure they are. Mark my words, James. She's got designs on you. Don't be idiotic, he protested. That would be... He attempted to introduce a light note. It would be miscegenation. These foreigners can't be expected to have our standards. And she burst into tears again. A fine thing to go through that miserable 5-month trip, only to find out a tree has alienated my husband's affections. Oh, come on, Phil. He still was trying for a smile. What would a tree see in me? I'm beginning to wonder what I saw in you. You never loved me. You just wanted a wife to come out and colonize with you and breed. What could he say? It was almost true. Phyllis was a beautiful girl, and he loved her, but if he had planned to remain as an instructor with the Romance Languages Department instead of joining the Scout mission, he knew he would never have asked her to be his wife. For her sake, of course, as well as his own. He should say something to reassure her, but the words wouldn't come. I don't like it here, Phyllis sobbed. I don't like the blue leaves. I don't like the blue grass. I like them green, the way they're supposed to be. I hate this nasty planet. It's all wrong. I want to go home. She was very young, less than 8 years younger than he, true, but he was mature for his age. They didn't know each other very well, and, finally, there were more men than women on the planet, and he had noticed that the bachelors had seemed readily disposed, upon her arrival the day before, to overlook the fact that she had no college degree. So he must be patient with her. There's nothing wrong about it, dear. The plants here synthesize cyanophyll instead of chlorophyll. That's why the leaves are blue instead of green. And, of course, there are different minimal constitutes of the soil, more aluminum and copper, for instance, than on Earth, and some elements we haven't quite isolated yet. So, you see, they're bound to be a little different from terrestrial trees. A little different I wouldn't mind, she said sulkily, but they're a lot different without being nearly alien enough. Look, Phyllis, dear, those trees have been very hospitable, very kind. We owe them a lot. They themselves suggested that we come here and live with them in, so to speak, symbiosis. That's a fine idea. He beamed. I knew you'd understand after I had explained it to you. We provide the brains and they provide the furniture. Phyllis, what a thing to say. I've heard of man-eating trees before. I suppose there could be man-loving ones, too. Phyllis, these trees are as gentle and sweet as... He didn't know how he could explain it to her. No one who had ever been friends with a tree could appreciate the true beauty of the xylemic character. Why, we even offered to go over to the other side of the planet and fetch some pollen for them, but they wouldn't hear of it. Unfortunately, they'd rather die than be mated to anyone they had never met. What a perfectly disgusting idea. I don't think so. Trees can be idealistic. You fetching pollen for her, I mean. Naturally, she wouldn't want pollen from a tree on the other side of the planet. She wants you. Don't be silly. Incompatibility usually exists between the pollen of one species and the stigmata of another. Besides, he added patiently, I haven't got pollen. You'd better not, or it won't be her who will have the stigmata. Phyllis, he sat down on the arm of her chair and tried to embrace her. You know that you're the only life form I love. Please, James, she pushed him away. I guess I love you too, in spite of everything, but I don't want to make a public spectacle of myself. What do you mean now? That tree would know everything that goes on. She's telepathic. Where did you get a ridiculous idea like that? What kind of rubbish have you been reading? All right, tell me, how else did she learn to speak such good English? It's because she's of a very high order of intelligence. And I suppose, he laughed modestly, because I'm such a good teacher. I don't care how good a teacher you are. A tree couldn't learn to speak a language so well in 5 months. She must be telepathic. It's the only explanation. Give her time, the tree advised later, as James came out on the lawn to talk to his only friend on the planet. He hadn't seen much of the other scouts since the house-building frenzy had started, and visits among the men had decreased. The base camp, where the bachelors and the older married couples lived, was located a good distance away from his land, for he had raised his honeymoon cottage far from the rest. He had wanted to have his Phyllis all to himself. In the idyll he had visualized for the two of them, she would need no company but his. Little had he imagined that, within 24 hours of her arrival, he would be looking for company himself. I suppose so, he said, kicking at a root. Oh, I'm sorry, Maggie. I didn't think. That's all right, Magnolia said bravely. It didn't really hurt. That female's got you all upset, you poor boy. James muttered a feeble defense of his wife. Jim, forgive me if I speak frankly, the tree went on, in a low rustle. But do you think she's really worthy of you? Of course she is. Surely on your planet you could have found a mate more admirable, high-minded, exemplary, more, in short, like yourself. Or are all the human females inferior specimens like Phyllis? She suits me, James said doggedly. Of course. It's very noble of you to defend her. You would have disappointed me if you had said anything else. I honor you for it, James. He kicked at one of the pebbles. The tree meant well, he knew, yet like so many well-meaning friends, she succeeded only in dispiriting him. It was almost like being back at the faculty club. I don't suppose a clod like her would have brought any more books along. The tree changed the subject. James's own library had been insufficient to slake the tree's intellectual thirst, so he had gone all over the planet to borrow books for Magnolia. Dr. Lakin, at base, who had formerly taught English literature, possessed the fine collection which he had been reluctant to lend until he had learned that they were not for James, but for a tree. At that, he had fetched the books himself, since he was anxious to meet her. A lot of the trees here have learned the English language, he had told James, but none seems to have developed a taste for its literature. Your Magnolia is undoubtedly a superior specimen. Excellent natural taste, too. Perhaps a little unformed when it comes to poetry and the more sophisticated aspects of life, but she'll learn. Unfortunately, the same, James knew, could hardly be said of his wife. Phyllis did bring some books, he told Magnolia. For you, no doubt. That was kind of her. I'm sure she has many good qualities which will unfold one by one, as her merry stems start differentiating. I hope you don't feel I've been too, personal, Jim. I was only trying to help. If I've gone too far... Of course not, Maggie. After all, he laughed bitterly, I do know you better than I know her. We have been good friends, haven't we, Jim? It was rather nice, those 5 months we spent alone together. For the first time in my life, I have never regretted being so far from my sisters. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Her blue leaves shone violet in the scarlet rays of the setting sun. The gold of her trunk was lit with red radiance. She was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. But she was a tree, not a woman. I'm sure she'll fit in after a while, Magnolia continued. Perhaps she isn't well. She seems to guttate an awful lot. Do you suppose she's been overwatered? That wasn't guttation, James said heavily. It was tears. It means she's unhappy. Unhappy? Perhaps she won't fit in on this planet, in which case she should by all means go back to Earth. It's cruel and unfair to keep an intelligent, loosely speaking, life form anywhere against her will, don't you think? She'll be happy here, James vowed. I'll make her happy. Well, I certainly hope you can manage it, By the way, do you suppose you'll have a chance to read me the books she brought, or will she be keeping you too busy? I'll never be too busy to read to you, Magnolia. That's very nitrogenous of you, Jim. Our intellectual communions have meant a lot to me. I'd hate to have to give them up. So would I, he said. But there won't be any need to. Phyllis will understand. I certainly hope so. I so admire your English literature. It's so deeply cognizant of the really meaningful things in life. And if your coming to this planet has served only to add poetry to our cultural heritage, it would be reason enough to welcome you with open limbs. For it was truly a perceptive versifier who wrote the immortally simple lines. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. And such a charming tune to go with it, too, Magnolia went on. We have always sung the music that the wind and the rain have taught us, but until you came, we never thought of putting words and melody together to form one glorious whole. A tree that may in summer wear, she caroled in a pleasing contralto, a nest of robins in her hair. By the way, Jim, ever since reading that poem, I've been meaning to ask you precisely what are robins, and do you think they'd look well in my hair? By which, I suppose the bard refers in somewhat pedestrian flight of fancy to leaves? They're a kind of bird, he said drearily. Birds nesting in my hair. I wouldn't think of allowing it. But then I suppose terrestrial birds are quite different from ours. More housebroken, shall we say? Everything's different, James said, and for an irrational moment he hated everything that was blue and should have been green, everything sweet that should have been vicious, everything intelligent that should have been mindless. Since matters could not grow much worse, they improved to a degree. After a day or two had passed, Phyllis, being a conscientious girl, came to realize how wrong it had been for her as a terrestrial immigrant to show overt hostility toward a native of the planet that had welcomed her. But how could she be a person? Phyllis wanted to know when they were inside the cottage, for she had learned to hold her tongue when they were near Magnolia or any of her sisters, who, though they could not speak the language as fluently as she, understood it very well, and eavesdropped at every possible opportunity in order, they said, to improve their accents. She's a tree, a plant, and plants are just vegetables. She stabbed her needle energetically through the tablecloth she was embroidering. You mustn't project terrestrial attitudes upon Elysian ones, James said, patiently looking up from his book. And don't underestimate Magnolia's capabilities. She has sense organs, and motor organs, too. She can't move from where she is, because she's rooted to the ground, but she's capable of turgor movements, like certain terrestrial forms of vegetation, for example, the sensitive plant, or bluegrass. Bluegrass, Phyllis exclaimed. I'm sick of bluegrass. I want green grass. However, these trees have conscious control of their pulvini, whereas the Earth's plants don't, and so they can do a lot of things that Earth plants can't. It sounds like a dirty word to me. Pulvini merely means motor organs. Oh. He closed his book, which was a more advanced botany text, covered with the jacket of a French novel, in order to spare Phyllis's feelings. Darling, can't you get it through your pretty head that they're intelligent life forms? If it'll make it easier for you to think of them as human beings who happen to look like trees, then do that. That's exactly what I am doing, and I'm quite sure she thinks of you as a tree who happens to look like a human being. Phyllis, sometimes I think you're being deliberately difficult. Do you know one of the reasons why I took such pains to teach Magnolia English? It was that I hoped she would be a companion for you, that you could talk to each other when I had to be away from home. Why do you call her Magnolia? She isn't a lot like one. Isn't she? I thought she was. You see, I don't know so much about botany after all. Actually, he had picked that name for the tree because it expressed both the arboreal and the feminine at the same time, and also because it was one of the loveliest names he knew. But he couldn't tell Phyllis that. There would be further misunderstanding. Of course, she has a name in her own language, but I can't pronounce it. They do have a language of their own, then. Naturally. though they don't get much chance to speak it since they've grown so few and far apart that verbal communication has become difficult. They communicate by a network of roots that they've developed. I don't think that's so clever. I merely said, oh, what's the use of trying to explain everything to you? You just don't want to understand. Phyllis put down her needlework and closed her eyes. James, she said, opening them again, it's no use pretending. I've been trying to be sympathetic and understanding, but I can't do it. That tree, I've forced myself to be nice to her, but the more I see of her, the more convinced I am that she's trying to steal you from me. Phyllis was beginning to poison his mind, he thought, because it seemed to him also, in his last conversation with Magnolia, that he had discerned more than ordinary warmth in her attitude toward him. And perhaps a trace of spite toward his wife? Preposterous. The tree had only been trying to cheer him up, as any friend might reasonably do. After all, a tree and a man... Nonsense. One had an anabolic metabolism, one a catabolic. But this was a different kind of tree. She spoke, she read, she was capable of conscious turgor movements. And he had often thought secretly, was a different kind of man. Whereas Phyllis... But that was disloyalty. To the type as well as the individual. The tree could be a companion to him, but she could not give him sons to work his land. She could not give him daughters to populate his planet. Moreover, she could not possibly know what human love meant, while Phyllis could at least learn. Look, dear, he said, sitting down beside his wife on the couch and taking her hand in his. She didn't draw away this time. Suppose what you're saying is true. Not that it is, of course. Just because the tree has a crush on me doesn't mean I necessarily have a crush on her, does it? His wife looked up at him, her rose-red lips parted, her moss-gray eyes shining. Oh, if only I could believe that, James. Anyhow, she doesn't know what the whole thing's about. Poor kid. Poor kid? Phyllis, you know you're prettier than any tree. That was not literally true, but reason was useless. He had to make his point in terms she could understand. And remember, she's got a lot of rings. She must be centuries old, while you're only 19. 20, Phyllis corrected. I had a birthday on the ship. Well, you certainly must allow me to wish you a happy birthday, darling. She was in his arms at last. He was about to kiss her, and the trees seemed very remote when she drew back. But are you sure she can't be watching us? Darling, I swear it. Lady by yonder blessed moon, I swear that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops. But he had sense enough not to say it, and Elysium had not one blessed moon, but 3, and everything was all right. For a while, anyway. I see your wife is developing a corm, the tree remarked as James paused for a chat. He hadn't much time to be sociable those days, for there was such a lot of work to be done, so many preparations to be made, so many things to be requisitioned from Earth. The supply ships were beginning to come now, bringing necessities and an occasional luxury for those who could afford it. She's pregnant, James explained. Happened before I left Earth. How do you mean? She's about to fruit. Didn't I read that zoology book to you? Yes, but... Oh, James, it all seems so vulgar. To fruit without ever having bloomed. How squalid. It all depends on how you look at it, he said. That is, we, had hoped that when the baby came, you would be godmother to it. You know what that is, don't you? Of course I do. You read Cinderella to me. I know it's a great honor, but I'm afraid I must decline. Why? I thought you were our friend. Jim, there's something I must confess. My feelings toward you are not merely those of a friend. Although Phyllis doesn't have too many rings of intellect, she is a female, so she knew all along. Magnolia's leaves rustled diffidently. I feel toward you the way I never felt toward any intelligent life form, but only toward the sun, the soil, the rain. I sense a tropism that seems to incline me toward you. In fact, I'm afraid, Jim, in your own terms, I love you. But you're a tree. You can't love me in my own terms because trees can't love in the way people can. And, of course, people can't love like trees. We belong to two entirely different species, Maggie. You can't have listened to that zoology book very attentively. Our race is a singularly adaptable one, or we wouldn't have survived so long, Jim, or gone so far in our particular direction. It's lack of fertility, not lack of enterprise, that's responsible for our decline. And I think your species must be an adaptable one, too. You just haven't really tried. Oh, James, let us reverse the classical roles. Let me be the Apollo to your Daphne. Don't let Phyllis stand in our way. The Greek gods never let a little thing like marriage interfere with their plans. But I love Phyllis, he said in confusion. I love you too, he added, but in a different way. Yes, I know. More like a sister. However, I have plenty of sisters and I don't need a brother. We're starting a conservation program, he tried to comfort her. We have every hope of getting some pollen from the other side of the planet, once we've explained to the trees there how far we can make a little go, and you've got to accept it. You mustn't be silly about it. It isn't the same thing, Jim, and you know it. One of the penalties of intelligence is the diffusiveness of the natural instincts. I would rather not fruit at all, then. Magnolia, you just don't understand. No matter how much you, pursue me, I can never turn into a laurel tree. I didn't. Or any kind of tree. Look. Some more books were just sent over from base. Magnolia gave a rueful rustle. Just were sent. Didn't they come over a month ago? James flushed. I know I haven't had a chance to do much reading to you in the last few weeks, Maggie, or any at all, in fact. But I've been so busy. After the baby's born, things will be much less hectic, and we'll be able to catch up. Of course, James, I understand. Naturally, your family comes first. One of the books that came was an advanced zoology text that might make things a little clearer. I should very much like to hear it, when you have the time to spare, that is. Tell you what, he said. I'll get the book and read you the chapter on the reproductive system in mammals. Won't take more than an hour or so. If you're in a hurry, it can wait. No, he told her. This will make me feel a little less guilty about having neglected you. Whereupon the umbilical cord is severed, he concluded, and the human infant is ready to take its place in the world as a separate entity. Now do you understand, Magnolia? No, she said. Where do the bees come in? I thought you were in such a hurry to get to base, James, Phyllis remarked sweetly from the doorway, wiping her reddening hands on a dish towel. I am, dear. He slipped the book behind his back. It was possible that, in her present state of mind, induced, of course, by her delicate condition, Phyllis might misunderstand his motive in reading that particular chapter of that particular book to that particular tree. I just stopped for a chat with Magnolia. She's agreed to be godmother to the baby. How very nice of her. Earth government will be so pleased at such a fine example of rapport with the natives. You might even get a medal. Wouldn't that be nice, James? She hurried on before he could speak. You still haven't found any green leaf plants on the planet, have you? Have you looked everywhere? Have you looked hard? Haven't I told you time and time again, Miss Hott, the tree said, that there aren't any? That there can't be any. It's impossible to synthesize chlorophyll from the light rays given off by our sun. Only cyanophyll. What do you want with a green leaf plant anyway? Phyllis's voice broke. I think I'd lose my mind if I was convinced that I'd never see a green leaf again. All this awful blue, blue, blue all the time, and the leaves never fall off, or if they do, there are new ones right away to take their place. They're always there, always blue. Wherever blue, Magnolia explained. Sorry, but that's the way it is. Jim, I hate to hurt your feelings, but I just have to take down those curtains. The colors, I can't stand it. Pregnant women sometimes get fanciful notions, James said to the tree. It's part of the pregnancy syndrome. Try not to pay any attention. Kindly don't explain me to a tree, Phyllis cried. "I have a right to prefer green, don't I?" "There is, as your proverb says, no accounting for strange tastes," the tree murmured. "However—" "We're going to have a formal christening," James interrupted for the sake of peace. "We thought we should, since ours will be the first baby born on the planet. Everybody on Elysium will come. That is, all the human beings. Only because they can come, you know. We'd love to have the trees if they were capable of locomotor movement. You'll get to widen your social contacts, Maggie. Dr. Lakin and Dr. Cutler will probably be here. I know you'll be glad to see Dr. Lakin again. You've been anxious to meet Dr. Cutler. They've been asking after you, too. I think Dr. Lakin is planning to write a monograph on you for the Journal of American Association of Professors of English Literature. With your permission, of course. Christening. That's one of your native festivals, isn't it? It should be most interesting." "That's right," Phyllis murmured. "It will be Christmas soon. I'd almost forgotten. It'll be the first Christmas I've ever spent away from home. And there won't be any snow or anything." She started to guttate, to cry again. "Cheer up, honey," Jim said. "It won't be as bad as you think, because I didn't forget Christmas was coming. There's something specially nice for you on its way from Earth. I only hope it gets here on time." Phyllis sniffled. "Maybe we'll have a Christmas party too. Would you like that?" But she remained unresponsive. He turned to the tree. "Christening's entirely different, though," he explained. I guess naming the fruit would be the best way to describe it." "Is that so?" Magnolia said. "What kind of fruit do you expect to have, Mrs. Hott? Oranges? Bananas? As your good St. Luke says, the tree is known by its fruit. You look as if yours might be a watermelon." "Why, the idea!" Phyllis choked. "Are you going to stand there, James, and let that vegetable insult me?" "I'm sure she didn't mean to," he protested. "She got all confused by that zoology book I read her." The door slammed behind his weeping wife. "I don't think you quite understand, Maggie," he said. "In fact, sometimes I almost think you, too, don't want to understand." "I know what kind of fruit it's going to be," the tree concluded triumphantly. "Sour apples." "Ouch!" exclaimed Magnolia. "That tickles." "There's more to acting as a Christmas tree than I had anticipated from your glowing descriptions, Jim." "Here, dear," Phyllis said. "Maybe you'd better let me put the decorations on her." "You can't get on the ladder in your condition," he said, apprehensive, not only for her welfare, but for the trees. Phyllis had not taken kindly to the idea of having Magnolia as official Christmas tree, suggesting that, if she must participate in the ceremonies, it might be better in the capacity of Yule log. However, Jim knew Magnolia would be offended if any other tree were chosen to be decorated. "I'll manage all right," he assured his wife. "If you want to be useful, you might put on some coffee and make sandwiches or something. The bachelors are coming over from base with that equipment that arrived yesterday, and they'll probably be glad of a snack before turning in." "The coffee is already on, and the canapes made," Phyllis smiled. "And I've baked cookies, too, and whipped up a bunch of penuche. What kind of Christmas party do you think it would be without refreshments?" "Very efficient, isn't she?" Magnolia remarked as the battery-powered lights that James had affixed to her began to wink on. For the deep red-violet dusk had already fallen, and the first moon was rising. "Have you thought, Mrs. Hott, that if you fruit today, it will save the expense of another festival?" "I don't expect to fruit for another 2 months," Phyllis said coldly. "And why shouldn't we have another festival? We can afford it, and I like parties. I haven't been to one since the day I landed." "Is the life out here getting a little quiet for you, Petiole?" the tree asked solicitously. "It must be hard when one has no intellectual resources upon which to draw." Phyllis held her peace for 10 seconds. Then, "I wonder where those boys can be," she said. "I hope they bring some pickles along. I've asked to have some sent, but I'm accustomed to having no attention paid to what I want." "There's a surprise coming for you, Phyllis," James could not help telling her again, hoping to arouse some semblance of interest. "Something I know you'll love, and for you, too," he said courteously to Magnolia. "You mean the same surprise for both? Or a surprise apiece?" the tree asked. "Oh, one for each, of course." "I see the lights on the copter now," and running out into the middle of the lawn began waving her handkerchief. He hadn't seen her so pleasantly excited for a long time. "I don't suppose I'll need to turn on the landing lights," he said to Magnolia. "You should do the trick." "Am I all finished?" she rustled anxiously. "I do wish I could see myself. How do I look?" "Splendid. I've never had as beautiful a Christmas tree as you, Maggie," he told her with complete honesty. "Not even on Earth." "I'm glad, Jim, but I still wish I could be more to you than just a Christmas tree." "Shh, the others might hear." For the helicopter had landed and the visitors were pouring out with shouts of admiration. Not only the bachelors had come, and in full force, but some of the older men from base, who apparently felt they could manage to do without their wives for 12 hours, even if those hours included Christmas Eve. He wondered where he and Phyllis could put them all, but some could sleep outside, if need be, for it was never cold on Elysium. The winds were gentle, and the rains light and fragrant. While the visitors were crowding around Phyllis and the tree, James rooted eagerly through the packages they had brought, until he found what he wanted. Then he rushed over to the group. "I know I should wait until tomorrow, but I wanted to give the girls their presents now." The other men smiled sympathetically, almost as joyful as he. "Merry Christmas, Magnolia." He hoped Phyllis would understand that it was etiquette which dictated that the alien life form should get her gift first. "Thank you," the tree said. "I am deeply touched. I don't believe anyone ever gave me a present before. What is it?" "Liquid plant food, vitamins and minerals, you know, for you to drink." "What fun!" she exclaimed in pretty excitement. "Pour some over me right now." "Not so fast, Jim boy." Dr. Cutler, the biologist, snatched the jug from James's hand. "First you all better let me take a sample of this here stuff back to the base to test on a lower life form, so's I can make sure it won't do anything bad to Miss Magnolia. Might have iron in it, and I have a theory that iron might not be beneficial for the local vegetation." "Oh, thank you," the tree rustled. "It's so very thoughtful of you, Doctor, but I'm sure Jim would never give me anything that would injure me." "I'm sure he isn't fixing to do a thing like that, ma'am, but he's no botanist." "And for you, Phyllis?" James handed his wife the awkward bundle to unwrap for herself. She tore the papers off slowly. "Oh, Jim, darling, it's... You wanted a bit of green, so I ordered a plant from Earth. You like it? I hope you do." "Oh, Jim!" She embraced him and the pot simultaneously. "More than anything." "It won't stay green," Magnolia observed. "Either it'll turn blue or it'll die. Puny-looking specimen, isn't it?" "Well," said James, "it's only a youngster. I guess this Christmas is too early, but next Christmas there ought to be berries. It's a holly plant, Phil." "Holly," she repeated, her voice shaking a little. "Holly." She and Dr. Cutler exchanged glances. "I told you, Miss Phyllis, ma'am. He may know the first thing about botany, but he doesn't know anything after that." "Jim," Phyllis said, linking her free arm through his, "I misjudged you. Dr. Cutler is right. You don't know so very much about botany after all." He looked at her blankly. Her voice was trembling, and not with tears this time. "I love this little plant. It's just what I wanted. But there aren't ever going to be any berries, because to have berries you have to have two plants. And the right two. Holly's it's just like us." "Oh," James said, feeling thoroughly inadequate. "I'm sorry." "But you mustn't be sorry. I'm going to plant it here on Elysium. And I hope it will stay green in spite of what she says. And it'll have blossoms anyway. And it was very, very sweet of you, dear." She kissed his cheek. "Is this one a boy or a girl?" Magnolia asked. "You all can't tell till it blooms, Miss Magnolia, ma'am," Dr. Cutler informed her. "Maybe I can. Hand it up here, please." Phyllis paused for an irresolute moment, then, smiling nervously at her guest, obliged. It's a boy, Magnolia announced after a minute. A boy. She gave back the pot reluctantly. Phyllis, she said, you and I have never been friends, and I admit that it's been my fault just as much as yours. As much as mine, Phyllis echoed. I like that. She was going to go on, when she obviously recollected that they had company, and stopped. So, I know it's presumptuous of me to ask you a favor. Yes, Magnolia, Phyllis said, her fine cornsilk eyebrows arched a trifle. What is this favor? When you plant the little fellow, you said you were going to anyhow. Would you plant him near me? Phyllis looked down at the plant she held cradled in her arms, and then up at the tree. Of course, Magnolia, she said, frowning slightly. I didn't realize. Her voice began to tremble. I have been pretty rotten, haven't I? She looked toward James, but he turned his glance away. Just because you were a plant, Phyllis continued, didn't mean I had to be a beast. It must have been awful for you seeing me like this, practically crowing over you and knowing that you yourself would never have the chance to be a mother. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, Magnolia said sadly, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Phyllis was crying unshamedly now. I'll plant him right next to you, Maggie. I want you to have him. He can be your baby. Thank you, Phil, Maggie said softly. That's very blue of you. Although I think it's a jim-dandy idea, Biologist said, and I sure wouldn't want to do anything to discourage it. Being real interested in the results of an experiment like that my own self, I don't think you ought to feel so mean about it, Miss Phyllis. If all she wanted, begging your pardon, Miss Magnolia, ma'am, was a baby, why didn't she take an interest in the holly until she found out it was a male? Why wouldn't a little old girl holly have done as well? Why, you scheming vegetable! Phyllis exploded at Magnolia, clutching the holly plant to her protective bosom. He's much too young for you, and I'm going to plant him far away, where he can't possibly fall into your clutches. Now, Miss Phyllis, we all mustn't look at things out of their proper perspective. Then why do you take your hat off when you were introduced to Miss Magnolia, Cutler? Dr. Lakin asked interestedly. Sir, where I come from, we respect femininity, whether it be animal, vegetable, or mineral. Nonetheless, we all got to remember, though Miss Magnolia is unquestionably a lady, she is not a woman. Phyllis began to laugh hysterically. You're right. I had almost forgotten. She was only a tree, and that it is only a little Christmas holly plant that's probably going to die anyway. They almost always do. That's cruel, Phyllis, James said, and you know it is. Do you really think I'm cruel? Are you going to tell the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Vegetables on me? Why am I cruel? I'm giving her the holly. That's what she wants, isn't it? Do you hear that, Miss Magnolia, ma'am? He's all yours. We'll plant him next to you, right away. And I hope he doesn't die. I hope he grows up to make you a good husband. She's really quite remarkable, Dr. Lakin said to James later that same evening, after the planting ceremonies were over, and the rest of the party had gone to the cottage for fresh coffee and more sandwiches and cookies and penuche. Quite remarkable. You're a lucky man, Hot. Thank you, sir, James replied abstractedly. I'm sure Phyllis will be pleased to... Phyllis! Oh, Mrs. Hot is a very remarkable woman, of course. A handsome, strong girl. She'll make a splendid mother, I'm sure. But I was referring to Miss Magnolia. She's a credit to you, my boy. If for no other reason, your name will go down in the history of our colony as that of the guide and mentor of Miss Magnolia. That's quite a tree you have there. James looked at the dark form of the tree, for the lights had been turned out, silhouetted against the 3 pale moons and the violet night. Yes, she is, he said. You're fortunate to be her neighbor, and her friend. Yes, I am. Well, I expect I better join the rest. Are you coming on in, Jim? In a little while, sir. I wanted to have a word with Magnolia. I won't be long. Of course. I'm delighted to see that there is such an excellent relationship between you. Good night. Good night, Miss Magnolia, he called. Good night, Dr. Lakin, the tree replied, politely enough, but it was obvious that she was preoccupied with her new charge, who stood as close to her as it was possible to plant him and yet allow room for him to grow. The door closed, James walked across the lawn until he was quite near Magnolia. "Maggie," he whispered, reaching out to touch her trunk. Smooth it was, and hard, but he could feel the vibrant life pulsing inside it. Certainly she was not a plant, not just a plant, even though she was a tree. She was a native of Elysium, neither animal nor vegetable. Unique unto the planet, unique unto herself. "Maggie." "Yes, Jim. Don't you think his silhouette is so graceful there in the moonlight? He isn't really puny, just frail. Maggie, you're not serious about this Holly." "What do you mean?" And still he didn't have her full attention. Would he ever have it again? "Serious about raising him to be your... Why not, Jim?" "It's impossible." "Is it? It certainly is far more possible with him, isn't it? That much I understood from your zoology books." "I suppose so." "Besides, I have nothing to lose, have I?" "But even if it were possible, wouldn't it be humiliating for you? The creature is mindless." Magnolia's leaves rustled in the darkness. She was laughing, a little bitterly. "Your Phyllis isn't your intellectual equal, Jim, and yet you say you love her, and I suppose you do. Am I not entitled to my follies also?" But she couldn't compare Phyllis to a holly plant. It was unreasonable. "He may die, of course," Magnolia said. "I've got to be prepared for that. The soil is different, the air is different, the sun is different. But the chances are, if he survives, he'll turn blue, and if he turns blue, who knows what other changes might be brought about? Maybe the plants on your Earth aren't inherently mindless, Jim. Maybe they just didn't have a chance. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime? That land isn't Earth, Jim. So it might just possibly be Elysium." Again, he didn't say anything. What he wanted to say, he had no right to say, so he just kept silent. "It'll be a chance for me too, Jim. At least we're both plants, he and I. That gives us a head start." "Yes, I suppose it does. Intellect doesn't count for much in the propagation of the species. Life goes on without regard for reason, and that's mainly what we're here for, to make sure that life goes on. And if we're here for anything at all, thanks to your kind, Jim, life will continue on this planet, and it will certainly be your kind of life, and I hope it can be ours as well." "Yes," he said. "I hope so too." And he did. But he wished it didn't have to continue in quite that way. Perhaps it was a trick of the 3 moons, but the holly plant's leaves seemed to have changed color. They were no longer green, but almost blue, powder blue. "You'd best be getting on to your party, Jim," Magnolia said. "You wouldn't want to be remiss in your duties as host. And please, close the door gently when you go inside. The little holly plant's asleep." As he closed the door carefully behind him, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the kitchen, where the guests apparently had assembled. Raucous animal laughter, and, rising shrill and noisy above it, Phyllis's company laugh. End of The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith. Recording by Rebecca Nemeth. RebeccaNemeth.com. RebeccaNemethy.com.
A Victim of Higher Space by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gerzinski. A Victim of Higher Space by Algernon Blackwood. "There's a extraordinary gentleman to see you, sir," said the new man. "Why extraordinary?" asked Dr. Silence, drawing the tips of his thin fingers through his brown beard. His eyes twinkled pleasantly. "Why extraordinary, Barker?" he repeated encouragingly, noticing the perplexed expression in the man's eyes. "He's so thin, sir. I could hardly see him at all, at first. He was inside the house before I could ask the name," he added, remembering strict orders. "And who brought him here?" "He come alone, sir, in a closed cab. He pushed by me before I could say a word, making no noise that I could hear. He seemed to move very soft." The man stopped short with obvious embarrassment, as though he had already said enough to jeopardize his new situation, but trying hard to show that he remembered the instructions and warnings he had received with regard to the admission of strangers not properly accredited. "And where is the gentleman now?" asked Dr. Silence, turning away to conceal his amusement. "I really couldn't exactly say, sir. I left him standing in the hall." The doctor looked up sharply. "But why in the hall, Barker? And why not in the waiting room?" He fixed his piercing, though kindly eyes on the man's face. "Did he frighten you?" he asked quickly. "I think he did, sir, if I may say so. I seemed to lose sight of him, as it were," the man stammered, evidently convinced by now that he had earned his dismissal. "He come in so funny, just like a cold wind," he added boldly, setting his heels at attention and looking his master full in the face. The doctor made an internal note of the man's halting description. He was pleased that the slight evidence of intuition which had induced him to engage Barker had not entirely failed at the first trial. Dr. Silence sought for this qualification in all his assistants, from secretary to serving man, and if it surrounded him with a somewhat singular crew, the drawbacks were more than compensated for, on the whole, by their occasional flashes of insight. "So the gentleman made you feel queer, did he?" "That was it, I think, sir," repeated the man stolidly. "And he brings no kind of introduction to me, no letter or anything?" asked the doctor, with feigned surprise, as though he knew what was coming. The man fumbled both in mind and pockets, and finally produced an envelope. "I beg pardon, sir," he said, greatly flustered. "The gentleman handed me this for you." It was a note from a discerning friend, who had never yet sent him on a case that was not vitally interesting from one point or another. "Please see the bearer of this note," the brief message ran, "though I doubt if even you can do much to help him." John Silence paused a moment, so as to gather from the mind of the writer all that lay behind the brief words of the letter. Then he looked up at his servant with a graver expression than he had yet worn. "Go back and find this gentleman," he said, "and show him into the green study. Do not reply to his question, or speak more than actually necessary, but think kind, helpful, sympathetic thoughts as strongly as you can, Barker. You remember what I told you about the importance of thinking when I engaged you. Put curiosity out of your mind and think gently, sympathetically, affectionately, if you can." He smiled, and Barker, who had recovered his composure in the doctor's presence, bowed silently and went out. There were two different reception rooms in Dr. Silence's house. One intended for persons who imagined they needed spiritual assistance, when really they were only candidates for the asylum, had padded walls, and was well supplied with various concealed contrivances by means of which sudden violence could be instantly met and overcome. It was, however, rarely used. The other, intended for the reception of genuine cases of spiritual distress and out-of-the-way afflictions of a psychic nature, was entirely draped and furnished in a soothing deep green, calculated to induce calmness and repose of mind. And this room was the one in which Dr. Silence interviewed the majority of his queer cases, and the one into which he had directed Barker to show his present caller. To begin with, the armchair in which the patient was always directed to sit was nailed to the floor, since its immovability tended to impart this same excellent characteristic to the occupant. Patients invariably grew excited when talking about themselves, and their excitement tended to confuse their thoughts and to exaggerate their language. The immobility of the chair helped to counteract this. After repeated endeavors to drag it forward or push it back, they ended up by resigning themselves to sitting quietly. And with the futility of fidgeting, there followed a calmer state of mind. Upon the floor, and at intervals in the wall immediately behind, were certain tiny green buttons, practically unnoticeable, which on being pressed permitted a soothing and pervasive narcotic to rise invisibly about the occupant of the chair. The effect upon the excitable patient was rapid, admirable, and harmless. The green study was further provided with a secret spy hole, for John Silence liked, when possible, to observe the patient's face before it had assumed that mask the features of the human countenance invariably wear in the presence of another person. A man sitting alone wears a psychic expression, and this expression is the man himself. It disappears the moment another person joins him. And Dr. Silence often learned more from a few moments' secret observation of a face than from hours of conversation with its owner afterwards. A very light, almost dancing step followed Barker's heavy tread toward the green room, and a moment afterwards the man came in and announced that the gentleman was waiting. He was still pale, and his manner nervous. "Never mind, Barker," the doctor said kindly. "If you were not intuitive, the man would have had no effect upon you at all. You only need training and development. And when you have learned to interpret these feelings and sensations better, you will feel no fear, but only a great sympathy." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." And Barker bowed and made his escape, while Dr. Silence, an amused smile lurking about the corners of his mouth, made his way noiselessly down the passage and put his eye to the spy-hole in the door of the green study. This spy-hole was so placed that it commanded a view of almost the entire room, and looking through it, the doctor saw a hat, gloves, and umbrella lying on a chair by the table, but searched at first in vain for their owner. The windows were both closed, and a brisk fire burned in the grate. There were various signs intelligible at least to a keenly intuitive soul, that the room was occupied, yet so far as human beings were concerned, it seemed undeniably empty. No one sat in the chairs, no one stood on the mat before the fire. There was no sign even that a patient was anywhere close against the wall, examining the Bocklin reproduction, as patients so often did when they thought they were alone, and therefore rather difficult to see from the spy-hole. Ordinarily speaking, there was no one in the room. It was unoccupied. Yet Dr. Silence was quite well aware that a human being was in the room. His sensitive system never failed to let him know the proximity of an incarnate or disincarnate being. Even in the dark he could tell that. And he knew positively that his patient, the patient who had alarmed Barker and had then tripped down the corridor with that dancing footstep, was somewhere concealed within the four walls commanded by his spy-hole. He also realized that this was most unusual, that this individual, whom he desired to watch, knew that he was being watched, and further, that the stranger himself was also watching in his turn. In fact, that it was he, the doctor, who was being observed, and by an observer as keen and trained as himself. An inkling of the true state of the case began to dawn upon him, and he was on the verge of entering. Indeed, his hand already touched the doorknob, when his eye, still glued to the spy-hole, detected a slight movement, directly opposite, between him and the fireplace. Something stirred. He watched very attentively and made certain that he was not mistaken. An object on the mantelpiece, it was a blue vase, disappeared from view. It passed out of sight altogether with the portion of the marble mantelpiece on which it rested. Next, that part of the fire and grate and brass fender immediately below it vanished entirely, as though a slice had been taken clean out of them. Dr. Silence then understood that something between him and these objects was slowly coming into being, something that concealed them and obstructed his vision by inserting itself in the line of sight between them and himself. He quietly awaited further results before going in. First he saw a thin, perpendicular line tracing itself from just above the height of the clock and continuing downwards till it reached the woolly fire mat. This line grew wider, broadened, grew solid. It was no shadow. It was something substantial. It defined itself more and more. Then suddenly, at the top of the line, and about on a level with the face of the clock, he saw a small luminous disk gazing steadily at him. It was a human eye, looking straight into his own, pressed there against the spy hole. And it was bright with intelligence. Dr. Silence held his breath for a moment and stared back at it. Then, like someone moving out of deep shadow into light, he saw the figure of a man come sliding sideways into view. A whitish face followed the eye, and the perpendicular line he had first observed broadening out and developing into the complete figure of a human being. It was the patient. He had apparently been standing there in front of the fire all the time. A second eye had followed the first, and both of them stared steadily at the spy hole, sharply concentrated, yet with a sly twinkle of humor and amusement that made it impossible for the doctor to maintain his position any longer. He opened the door and went in quickly. As he did so, he noticed for the first time the sound of a German band coming in noisily through the open ventilators. In some intuitive, unaccountable fashion, the music connected itself with the patient he was about to interview. This sort of prevision was not unfamiliar to him. It always explained itself later. The man he saw was of middle age and of very ordinary appearance. So ordinary, in fact, that he was difficult to describe, his only peculiarity being his extreme thinness. Pleasant, that is, good, vibrations issued from his atmosphere, and met Dr. Silence as he advanced to greet him. Yet vibrations alive with currents and discharges, betraying the perturbed and disordered condition of his mind and brain. There was evidently something wholly out of the usual in the state of his thoughts. Yet, though strange, it was not altogether distressing. It was not the impression that the broken and violent atmosphere of the insane produces upon the mind. Dr. Silence realized in a flash that here was a case of absorbing interest that might require all his powers to handle it properly. "I was watching you through my little peephole, as you saw," he began with a pleasant smile, advancing to shake hands. "I find it of the greatest assistance sometimes." But the patient interrupted him at once. His voice was hurried, and had odd shrill changes in it, breaking from high to low in unexpected fashion. One moment it thundered, the next it almost squeaked. "I understand without explanation," he broke in rapidly. "You get the true note of a man in that way, when he thinks himself unobserved. I quite agree. Only in my case I fear you saw very little. My case, as you of course grasp, Dr. Silence, is extremely peculiar, uncomfortably peculiar. Indeed, unless Sir William had positively assured me—" "My friend has sent you to me," the doctor interrupted gravely, with a gentle note of authority, "and that is quite sufficient. Pray be seated, Mr. "Mudge, Racine Mudge," returned the other. "Take this comfortable one, Mr. Mudge," leading him to the fixed chair, "and tell me your condition in your own way and at your own pace. My whole day is at your service if you require it." Mr. Mudge moved toward the chair in question and then hesitated. "You will promise me not to use the narcotic buttons," he said, before sitting down. "I do not need them. Also, I ought to mention that anything you think of vividly will reach my mind. That is apparently part of my particular case." He sat down with a sigh and arranged his thin legs and body into a position of comfort. Evidently he was very sensitive to the thoughts of others, for the picture of the green buttons had only entered the doctor's mind for a second, yet the other had instantly snapped it up. Dr. Silence noticed, too, that Mr. Mudge held on tightly with both hands to the arms of the chair. "I'm rather glad the chair is nailed to the floor," he remarked, as he settled himself more comfortably. "It suits me admirably. The fact is, and this is my case in a nutshell, which is all that a doctor of your marvelous development requires. The fact is, Dr. Silence, I am a victim of higher space. That's what's the matter with me. Higher space." The two looked at each other for a space in silence, the little patient holding tightly to the arms of the chair, which suited him admirably, and looking up with staring eyes, his atmosphere positively trembling with the waves of some unknown activity, while the doctor smiled kindly and sympathetically, and put his whole person, as far as possible, into the mental condition of the other. "Higher space," repeated Mr. Mudge. "That's what it is. Now, do you think you can help me with that?" There was a pause, during which the men's eyes steadily searched down below the surface of their respective personalities. Then Dr. Silence spoke. "I am quite sure I can help you," he answered quietly. "Sympathy must always help, and suffering always claims my sympathy. I see you have suffered cruelly. You must tell me all about your case, and when I hear the gradual steps by which you reached this strange condition, I have no doubt I can be of assistance to you." He drew a chair up beside his interlocutor and laid a hand on his shoulder for a moment. His whole being radiated kindness, intelligence, desire to help. "For instance," he went on, "I feel sure it was the result of no mere chance that you became familiar with the terrors of what you term higher space. For higher space is no mere external measurement. It is, of course, a spiritual state, a spiritual condition, an inner development, and one that we must recognize as abnormal, since it is beyond the reach of the senses at the present stage of evolution. Higher space is a mystical state." "Oh!" cried the other, rubbing his bird-like hands with pleasure. "The relief it is to me to talk with someone who can understand. Of course, what you say is the utter truth, and you are right that no mere chance led me to my present condition, but on the other hand, prolonged and deliberate study. Yet chance in a sense now governs it. I mean, by entering the condition of higher space, seems to depend upon the chance of this and that circumstance." He sighed and paused a moment. "For instance," he continued, starting, "the mere sound of that German band set me off. Not that all music will do so, but certain sounds, certain vibrations at once key me up to the requisite pitch, and off I go. Wagner's music always does it, and that band must have been playing a stray bit of Wagner. But I'll come to that later. Only first," he smiled deprecatingly, "I must ask you to send away your man from the spy-hole." John Silence looked up with a start, for Mr. Mudge's back was to the door, and there was no mirror. He saw the brown eye of Barker glued to the little circle of glass, and he crossed the room without a word, and snapped down the black shutter provided for the purpose, and then heard Barker shuffle away along the passage. "Now," continued the little man in the chair, "I can go on. You have managed to put me completely at my ease, and I feel I may tell you my whole case without shame or reserve. You will understand, but you must be patient with me if I go into details that are already familiar to you. Details of higher space, I mean, and if I seem stupid when I have to describe things that transcend the power of language and are really, therefore, indescribable." "My dear friend, put in the other calmly. "That goes without saying. To know higher space is an experience that defies description, and one is obliged to make use of more or less intelligible symbols. But pray proceed. Your vivid thoughts will tell me more than your halting words." An immense sigh of relief proceeded from the little figure, half lost in the depths of the chair. Such intelligent sympathy meeting him halfway was a new experience, and it touched his heart at once. He leaned back, relaxing his tight hold of the arms, and began in his thin, scale-like voice. "My mother was a Frenchwoman, and my father an Essex bargeman," he said abruptly. "Hence my name, Racine and Mudge. My father died before I ever saw him. My mother inherited money from her Bordeaux relations, and then she died soon after. I was left alone with wealth and a strange freedom. I had no guardian, trustees, sisters, brothers, or any connection in the world to look after me. I grew up, therefore, utterly without education. This much was to my advantage. I learned none of that deceitful rubbish taught in schools, and so had nothing to unlearn when I awakened to my true love, mathematics, higher mathematics and higher geometry. These, however, I seemed to know instinctively. It was like the memory of what I had deeply studied before. The principles were in my blood, and I simply raced through the ordinary stages and beyond, and ended the same with geometry. Afterwards, when I read the books on these subjects, I understood how swift and undeviating the knowledge had come back to me. It was simply memory. It was simply recollecting the memories of what I had known before in a previous existence, and required no books to teach me. In his growing excitement, Mr. Mudge attempted to drag the chair forward a little nearer to his listener, and then smiled faintly as he resigned himself instantly again to its immobility, and plunged anew into the recital of his singular disease. The audacious speculations of Bolyai, the amazing theories of Gauss, that through a point more than one line could be drawn parallel to a given line, the possibility that the angles of a triangle are together greater than two right angles if drawn upon immense curvatures, the breathless intuitions of Beltrami and Lobachevsky, all these I hurried through and emerged, panting but unsatisfied, upon the verge of my world, my higher space possibilities, in a word, my disease. How I got there, he resumed after a brief pause, during which he appeared to be listening nervously for an approaching sound, is more than I can put intelligibly into words. I can only hope to leave your mind with an intuitive comprehension of the possibility of what I say. Here, however, came a change. At this point I was no longer absorbing the fruits of studies I had made before. It was the beginning of new efforts to learn for the first time, and I had to go slowly and laboriously through terrible work. Here I sought for the theories and speculations of others, but books were few and far between, and with the exception of one man, a dreamer the world called him, whose audacity and piercing intuition amazed and delighted me beyond description, I found no one to guide or help. You, of course, Dr. Silence, understand something of what I am driving at with these stammering words, though you cannot perhaps yet guess what depths of pain my new knowledge brought me to, nor why an acquaintance with a new dimension of space should prove a source of misery and terror. Mr. Racine Mudge, remembering that the chair would not move, did the next best thing he could in his desire to draw nearer to the attentive man facing him, and sat forward upon the very edge of the cushions, crossing his legs and gesticulating with both hands, as though he saw into this region of new space he was attempting to describe, and might any moment tumble into it bodily from the edge of the chair and disappear from view. John Silence, separated from him by 3 paces, sat with his eyes fixed upon the thin white face opposite, noting every word and every gesture with deep attention. This room we now sit in, Dr. Silence, has one side open to space, to higher space. A closed box only seems closed. There is a way in and out of a soap bubble without breaking the skin. You tell me no new thing, the doctor interposed gently. Hence, if higher space exists and our world borders upon it and lies partially in it, it follows necessarily that we see only portions of all objects. We never see their true and complete shape. We see 3 measurements, but not their 4th. The new direction is concealed from us, and when I hold this book and move my hand all around it, I have not really made a complete circuit. We only perceive those portions of any object which exist in our 3 dimensions. The rest escapes us. But once learn to see in higher space, and objects appear as they actually are, only they will thus be hardly recognizable. Now you may begin to grasp something of what I am coming to. I am beginning to understand something of what you must have suffered, observed the doctor soothingly, for I have made similar experiments myself, and only stopped just in time. You are the one man in all the world who can understand and sympathize, exclaimed Mr. Mudge, grasping his hand and holding it tightly while he spoke. The nailed chair prevented further excitability. Well, he resumed after a moment's pause, I procured the implements and the colored blocks for practical experiment, and I followed the instructions carefully till I had arrived at an imaginative conception of 4-dimensional space. The tesseract, the figure whose boundaries are cubes, I knew by heart. That is to say, I knew it and saw it mentally, for my eye, of course, could never take in a new measurement, nor my hands and feet handle it. So at least I thought, he added, making a wry face. I had reached the stage, you see, when I could imagine in a new dimension. I was able to conceive the shape of that new figure, which is intrinsically different to all we know, the shape of the tesseract. I could perceive in 4 dimensions. When, therefore, I looked at a cube, I could see all its sides at once. Its top was not foreshortened, nor its farther side and base invisible. I saw the whole thing out flat, so to speak. Moreover, I also saw its content, its insides. You were not yourself able to enter this new world? Interrupted Dr. Silence. Not then. I was only able to conceive intuitively what it was like, and how exactly it must look. Later, when I slipped in there and saw objects in their entirety, unlimited by the paucity of our poor 3 measurements, I very nearly lost my life. For you see, space does not stop at a single new dimension, a 4th. It extends in all possible new ones, and we must conceive it as containing any number of new dimensions. In other words, there is no space at all, but only a condition. But meanwhile, I had come to grasp the strange fact that the objects in our normal world appear to us only partially. Mr. Mudge moved farther forward till he was balanced dangerously on the very edge of the chair. From this starting point, he resumed, I began my studies and experiments, and continued them for years. I had money, and I was without friends. I lived in solitude and experimented. My intellect, of course, had little part in the work, for intellectually it was all unthinkable. Never was the limitation of mere reason more plainly demonstrated. It was mystically, intuitively, spiritually that I began to advance, and what I learnt and knew and did is all impossible to put into language, since it describes experiences transcending the experiences of men. It is only some of the results, what you would call the symptoms of my disease, that I can give you, and even these must often appear absurd contradictions and impossible paradoxes. I can only tell you, Dr. Silence," his manner became grave suddenly, "that I reached sometimes a point of view whence all the great puzzles of the world became plain to me, and I understood what they call in the Yoga books the great heresy of separateness, why all great teachers have urged the necessity of man loving his neighbor as himself, how men are all really one, and why the utter loss of self is necessary to salvation and the discovery of the true life of the soul." He paused a moment and drew breath. "Your speculations have been my own long ago," the doctor said quietly. "I fully realize the force of your words. Men are doubtless not separate at all, in the sense they imagine. All this about the very much higher space I only dimly, very dimly conceived, of course," the other went on, raising his voice again by jerks. "But what did happen to me was the humbler accident of, the simpler disaster, oh dear, how shall I put it?" He stammered and showed visible signs of distress. "It was simply this," he resumed, with a sudden rush of words, "that accidentally, as the result of my years of experiment, I one day slipped bodily into the next world, the world of 4 dimensions, yet without knowing precisely how I got there, or how I could get back again. I discovered, that is, that my ordinary 3-dimensional body was but an expression, a partial projection of my higher 4-dimensional body. Now you understand what I meant much earlier in our talk when I spoke of chance. I cannot control my entrance or exit. Certain people, certain human atmospheres, certain wandering forces, thoughts, desires even, the radiations of certain combinations of color, and above all, the vibrations of certain kinds of music will suddenly throw me into a state of what I can only describe as an intense and terrific inner vibration. And behold, I am off in the direction at right angles to all our known directions, off in the direction the cube takes when it begins to trace the outlines of the new figure, the tesseract, off into my breathless and semi-divine higher space, off inside myself, into the world of 4 dimensions. He gasped and dropped back into the depths of the immovable chair. "And there," he whispered, his voice issuing from among the cushions, "there I have to stay until these vibrations subside, or until they do something which I cannot find words to describe properly or intelligibly to you. And then, behold, I am back again. First, that is, I disappear. Then I reappear. Only," he sighed, "I cannot control my entrance nor my exit." "Just so," exclaimed Dr. Silence. "That is why a few—" "Why, a few moments ago," interrupted Mr. Mudge, taking the words out of his mouth, "you found me gone, and then saw me return. The music of that wretched German band set me off. Your intense thinking about me brought me back when the band had stopped its Wagner. I saw you approach the peephole, and I saw Barker's intention of doing so later. For me, no interiors are hidden. I see inside. When in that state, the content of your mind as of your body is open to me as the day. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." Mr. Mudge stopped and mopped his brow. A light trembling ran over the surface of his small body, like wind over grass. He still held tightly to the arms of the chair. "At first," he presently resumed, My new experiences were so vividly interesting that I felt no alarm. There was no room for it. The alarm came a little later. Then you actually penetrated far enough into that state to experience yourself as a normal portion of it? Asked the doctor, leaning forward, deeply interested. Mr. Mudge nodded, a perspiring face in reply. I did, he whispered. Undoubtedly I did. I am coming to all that. It began first at night, when I realized that sleep brought no loss of consciousness. The spirit, of course, can never sleep. Only the body becomes unconscious, interposed John Silence. Yes, we know that, theoretically. At night, of course, the spirit is active elsewhere, and we have no memory of where and how, simply because the brain stays behind and receives no record. But I found that, while remaining conscious, I also retained memory. I had attained to the state of continuous consciousness, for at night regularly, with the first approaches of drowsiness, I entered nolens volens, the four-dimensional world. For a time this happened frequently, and I could not control it, though later I found a way to regulate it better. Apparently sleep is unnecessary in the higher, the four-dimensional body. Yes, perhaps. But I should infinitely have preferred dull sleep to the knowledge. For unable to control my movements, I wandered to and fro, attracted, owing to my partial development and premature arrival, to parts of this new world that alarmed me more and more. It was the awful waste and drift of a monstrous world, so utterly different to all we know and see, that I cannot even hint at the nature of the sights and objects and beings in it. More than that, I cannot even remember them. I cannot now picture them to myself even, but can recall only the memory of the impression they made upon me, the horror and devastating terror of it all, to be in several places at once, for instance. Perfectly, interrupted John Silence, noticing the increase of the other's excitement. I understand exactly, but now please tell me a little more of this alarm you experienced, and how it affected you. It's not the disappearing and reappearing per se that I mind, continued Mr. Mudge, so much as certain other things. It's seeing people and objects in their weird entirety, in their true and complete shapes, that is so distressing. It introduced me to a world of monsters, horses, dogs, cats, all of which I loved. People, trees, children, all that I have considered beautiful in life, everything from a human face to a cathedral, appeared to me in a different shape and aspect to all I have known before. Instead of seeing their partial expression in 3 dimensions, I saw them complete in 4. I cannot perhaps convince you why this should be terrible, but I assure you that it is so. To hear the human voice proceeding from this novel appearance, which I scarcely recognize as a human body, is ghastly, simply ghastly. To see inside everything and everybody is a form of insight peculiarly distressing. To be so confused in geography as to find myself one moment at the North Pole and the next at Clapham Junction, or possibly at both places simultaneously, is absurdly terrifying. Your imagination will readily furnish other details without my multiplying my experiences now, but you have no idea what it all means and how I suffer. Mr. Mudge paused in his panting account and lay back in his chair. He still held tightly to the arms, as though they could keep him in the world of sanity in 3 measurements, and only now and again released his left hand in order to mop his face. He looked very thin and white and oddly unsubstantial, and he stared about him as though he saw into this other space he had been talking about. John Silence, too, felt warm. He had listened to every word, and had made many notes. The presence of this man had an exhilarating effect upon him. It seemed as if Mr. Racine Mudge still carried about with him something of that breathless, higher space condition he had been describing. At any rate, Dr. Silence had himself advanced sufficiently far to realize that the visions of this extraordinary little person had a basis of truth for their origin. After a pause that prolonged itself into minutes, he crossed the room and unlocked a drawer in a bookcase. Taking out a small book with a red cover, it had a lock to it, and he produced a key out of his pocket and proceeded to open the covers. The bright eyes of Mr. Mudge never left him for a single second. "It almost seems a pity," he said at length, "to cure you, Mr. Mudge. You are on the way to discovery of great things. Though you may lose your life in the process, that is, your life here in the world of 3 dimensions, you would lose thereby nothing of great value. You will pardon my apparent rudeness, I know, and you might gain what is infinitely greater. Your suffering, of course, lies in the fact that you alternate between the 2 worlds and are never wholly in one or the other. Also, I rather imagine, though I cannot be certain of this from any personal experiments, that you have here and there penetrated into space of more than 4 dimensions, and have hence experienced the terror you speak of." The perspiring son of the Essex bargeman and the woman of Normandy bent his head several times in assent, but uttered no word in reply. "Some strange psychic predisposition, dating, no doubt, from one of your former lives, has favored the development of your disease, and the fact that you had no normal training at school or college, no leading by the poor intellect into the cul-de-sac falsely called knowledge, has further caused your exceedingly rapid movement along the lines of direct inner experience. None of the knowledge you have foreshadowed has come to you through the senses, of course." Mr. Mudge, sitting in his immovable chair, began to tremble slightly. A wind again seemed to pass over his surface, and again to set it curiously in motion like a field of grass. "You are merely talking to gain time," he said hurriedly in a shaking voice. "This thinking aloud delays us. I see ahead what you are coming to, only please be quick, for something is going to happen. A band is again coming down the street, and if it plays Wagner, I shall be off in a twinkling." "Precisely. I will be quick. I was leading up to the point of how to effect your cure. The way is this. You must simply learn to block the entrances, prevent the centers acting." True, utterly true," exclaimed the little man, dodging about nervously in the depths of the chair. "But how, in the name of space, can that be done?" "By concentration. They are all within you, these centers, although outer causes, such as color, music, and other things, lead you towards them. These external things you cannot hope to destroy, but once the entrances are blocked, they will lead you only to bricked walls and closed channels. You will no longer be able to find the way." "Quick, quick!" cried the bobbing figure in the chair. "How is this concentration to be effected?" "This little book," continued Dr. Silence calmly, "will explain to you the way." He tapped the cover. "Let me now read out to you certain simple instructions, composed, as I see you divine, entirely from my own personal experiences in the same direction. Follow these instructions, and you will no longer enter the state of higher space. The entrances will be blocked effectively." Mr. Mudge sat bolt upright in his chair to listen, and John Silence cleared his throat and began to read slowly in a very distinct voice. But before he had uttered a dozen words, something happened. A sound of street music entered the room through the open ventilators, for a band had begun to play in the stable mews at the back of the house, the March from Tannhauser. Odd as it may seem that a German band should twice within the space of an hour enter the same mews and play Wagner, it was nevertheless the fact. Mr. Racine Mudge heard it. He uttered a sharp, squeaking cry and twisted his arms with nervous energy round the chair. A piteous look that was not far from tears spread over his white face. Gray shadows followed it, the gray of fear. He began to struggle convulsively. "Hold me fast! Catch me! For God's sake, keep me here! I'm on the rush already! Oh, it's frightful!" he cried in tones of anguish, his voice as thin as a reed. Dr. Silence made a plunge forward to seize him, but in a flash, before he could cover the space between them, Mr. Racine Mudge, screaming and struggling, seemed to shoot past him into invisibility. He disappeared like an arrow from a bow propelled at infinite speed, and his voice no longer sounded in the external air, but seemed, in some curious way, to make itself heard somewhere within the depths of the doctor's own being. It was almost like a faint singing cry in his head, like a voice of dream, a voice of vision and unreality. "Alcohol! Alcohol!" it cried faintly, with distance in it. "Give me alcohol! It's the quickest way! Alcohol, before I'm out of reach!" The doctor, accustomed to rapid decisions and even more rapid action, remembered that a brandy flask stood upon the mantelpiece, and in less than a second he had seized it and was holding it out toward the space above the chair recently occupied by the visible Mudge. But before his very eyes, and long ere he could unscrew the metal stopper, he saw the contents of the closed glass phial sink and lessen, as though someone were drinking violently and greedily of the liquor within. "Thanks! Enough! It deadens the vibrations!" cried the faint voice in his interior as he withdrew the flask and set it back upon the mantelpiece. He understood that in Mudge's present condition, one side of the flask was open to space, and he could drink without removing the stopper. He could hardly have had a more interesting proof of what he had been hearing described at such length. But the next moment, the very same moment, it almost seemed, the German band stopped midway in its tune, and there was Mr. Mudge, back in his chair again, gasping and panting. "Quick!" he shrieked. "Stop that band! Send it away! Catch hold of me! Block the entrances! Block the entrances! Give me the red book! Oh! Oh! Oh!" The music had begun again. It was merely a temporary interruption. The Tannhauser March started again, this time at a tremendous pace that made it sound like a rapid two-step, as though the instruments played against time. And the brief interruption gave Dr. Silence a moment in which to collect his scattering thoughts, and before the band had got through half a bar, he had flung forward upon the chair and held Mr. Racine Mudge, the struggling little victim of higher space, in a grip of iron. His arms went all round his diminutive person, taking in a good part of the chair at the same time. He was not a big man, yet he seemed to smother Mudge completely. Yet, even as he did so, and felt the wriggling form underneath him, it began to melt and slip away like air or water. The wood of the armchair somehow disentangled itself from between his own arms and those of Mudge. The phenomenon known as the passage of matter through matter took place. The little man seemed actually to be interfused with the other's being. Dr. Silence could just see his face beneath him. It puckered and grew dark, as though from some great internal effort he heard the thin, reedy voice crying in his ear to "Block the entrances! Block the entrances!" And then, but how in the world describe what is indescribable? John Silence half rose up to watch. Racine Mudge, his face distorted beyond all recognition, was making a marvelous inward movement, as though doubling back upon himself. He turned funnel-wise, like water in a whirling vortex, and then appeared to break up somewhat, as a reflection breaks up and divides in a distorting convex mirror. He went neither forward nor backward, neither to the right nor the left, neither up nor down, but he went. He went utterly. He simply flashed away out of sight like a vanishing projectile. All but one leg! Dr. Silence just had the time and the presence of mind to seize upon the left ankle and boot as it disappeared, and to this he held on for several seconds like grim death. Yet all the time he knew it was a foolish and useless thing to do. The foot was in his grasp one moment, and the next it seemed, this was the only way he could describe it, inside his own skin and bones, and at the same time outside his hand and all round it. It seemed mingled in some amazing way with his own flesh and blood. Then it was gone, and he was tightly grasping a mere draught of heated air. "Gone, gone, gone!" cried a faint whispering voice somewhere deep within his own consciousness. "Lost, lost, lost!" it repeated, growing fainter and fainter, till at length it vanished into nothing, and the last signs of Mr. Racine Mudge vanished with it. John Silence locked his red book and replaced it in the cabinet, which he fastened with a click, and when Barker answered the bell, he inquired if Mr. Mudge had left a card upon the table. It appeared that he had, and when the servant returned with it, Dr. Silence read the address and made a note of it. It was in North London. "Mr. Mudge has gone," he said quietly to Barker, noticing his expression of alarm. "He's not taken his hat with him, sir." "Mr. Mudge requires no hat where he is now," continued the doctor, stooping to poke the fire, "but he may return for it." "And the umbrella, sir?" "And the umbrella." "He didn't go out my way, sir, if you please," stuttered the amazed servant, his curiosity overcoming his nervousness. "Mr. Mudge has his own way of coming and going, and prefers it. If he returns by the door at any time, remember to bring him instantly to me, and be kind and gentle with him, and ask no questions. Also, remember, Barker, to think pleasantly, sympathetically, affectionately of him while he is away. Mr. Mudge is a very suffering gentleman." Barker bowed and went out of the room backwards, gasping and feeling round the inside of his collar with 3 very hot fingers of one hand. It was 2 days later when he brought in a telegram to the study. Dr. Silence opened it and read as follows: "Bombay. Just slipped out again. All safe. Have blocked entrances. 1,000 thanks. Address, Cook's, London. Mudge." Dr. Silence looked up and saw Barker staring at him bewilderingly. It occurred to him that somehow he knew the contents of the telegram. "Make a parcel of Mr. Mudge's things," he said briefly, "and address them, Thomas Cook and Sons, Ludgate Circus, and send them there exactly a month from today, marked to be called for." "Yes, sir," said Barker, leaving the room with a deep sigh and a hurried glance at the waste-paper basket where his master had dropped the pink paper. End of A Victim of Higher Space by Algernon Blackwood.
Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. Somebody, someday, will make a study of the influence of animals on history. Although not as famous as Mrs. O'Leary's cow, Mrs. Graham's cat should certainly be included in any such study. It has now been definitely established that the experiences of this cat led to the idea of quick frozen people, which in turn led to the passage of Zaritsky's Law. We must go back to the files of the Los Angeles newspapers for 1950 to find the story. In brief, Mrs. Fred C. Graham missed her pet cat on the same day that she put a good deal of food down in her home deep freeze unit. She suspected no connection between the two events. The cat was not to be found until 6 days later, when its owner went to fetch something from the deep freeze. Much as she loved her pet, we may imagine that she was more horror than grief-stricken at her discovery. She lifted the little ice-encased body out of the deep freeze and set it on the floor. Then she managed to run as far as the next-door neighbor's house before fainting. Mrs. Graham became hysterical after she was revived, and it was several hours before she could be quieted enough to persuade anybody that she hadn't made up the whole thing. She prevailed upon her neighbor to go back to the house with her. In front of the deep freeze, they found a small pool of water and a wet cat busily licking itself. The neighbor subsequently told reporters that the cat was concentrating its licking on one of its hind legs where some ice still remained, so that she, for one, believed the story. A follow-up dispatch, published a week later, reported that the cat was unharmed by the adventure. Further, Mrs. Graham was quoted as saying that the cat had had a large meal just before its disappearance, that as soon after its rescue as it had dried itself off, it took a long nap, precisely as it always did after a meal, and that it was not hungry again until evening. It was clear from the accounts that the life processes had been stopped dead in their tracks, and had, after defrosting, resumed at exactly the point where they left off. Perhaps it is unfair to put all the responsibility on one luckless cat. Had such a thing happened anywhere else in the country, it would have been talked about, believed by a few, disbelieved by most, and forgotten. But as the historic kick of Mrs. O'Leary's cow achieved significance because of the time and place that it was delivered, so the falling of Mrs. Graham's cat into the deep freeze became significant because it occurred in Los Angeles. There, and probably only there, the event was anything but forgotten. The principles it revealed became the basis of a hugely successful business. How shall we regard the Zaritsky brothers? As arch-villains or pioneers? In support of the latter view, it must be admitted that the spirit of inquiry and the willingness to risk the unknown were indisputably theirs. However, their pioneering, if we agree to call it that, was equally indisputably bound up with the quest for a fast buck. Some of their first clients paid as high as $15,000 for the initial freezing, and the exorbitant rate of $1,000 per year as a storage charge. The Zaritsky brothers owned and managed one of the largest quick freezing plants in the world, and it was their claim that converting the freezing equipment and storage facilities to accommodate humans was extremely expensive, hence the high rates. When the early clients who paid these rates were defrosted years later, and found other clients receiving the same services for as little as $3,000, they threatened a row, and the Zaritskys made substantial refunds. By that time, they could easily afford it, and since any publicity about their enterprise was unwelcome to them, all refunds were made without a whimper. $3,000 became the standard rate, with $100 per year the storage charge, and no charge for defrosting. The Zaritskys were businessmen first and last. Anyone who had the fee could put himself away for whatever period of time he wished, and no questions asked. The ironclad rule that full payment must be made in advance was broken only once, as far as the records show. A certain young man had a very wealthy uncle residing in Milwaukee, whose heir he was, but the uncle was not getting along in years fast enough. The young man, then 18 years old, did not wish to waste the best years of his life as a poor boy. He wanted the money while he was young, but his uncle was as healthy as he was wealthy. The Zaritskys were the obvious answer to his problem. The agreement between them has been preserved. They undertook to service the youth without advance payment. They further undertook to watch the Milwaukee papers until the demise of the uncle should be reported, whereupon they would defrost the boy. In exchange for this, the youth, thinking of course that money would be no object when he came out, agreed to pay double. The uncle lived 17 years longer, during which time he seems to have forgotten his nephew, and to have become deeply interested in a mystic society to which he left his entire fortune. The Zaritsky's duly defrosted the boy, and whether they or he were the more disappointed is impossible to imagine. They never forgot the lesson, and never made another exception to their rule. He, poor fellow, spent the rest of his life, including the best years, paying off his debt, which at $3,000 plus 17 years at $100 per year and the whole doubled, amounted to $9,400. The books record his slow but regular payments over the next 43 years, and indicate that he had only $250 left to pay when he died. We may, I think, assume that various underworld characters who were grateful ex-clients of the Zaritskys were instrumental in persuading the boy to keep up his payments. Criminals were the first to apply for quick freezing, and formed the mainstay of the Zaritsky's business through the years. What more easy than to rob, hide the loot, except for that all-important advance payment, present yourself to the Zaritsky's, and remain in their admirable chambers for 5 or 10 years, emerge to find the hue and cry long since died down and the crime forgotten, recover your haul, and live out your life in luxury. Due to the shady character of most of their patrons, the Zaritsky's kept all records by a system of numbers. Names never appeared on the books, and anonymity was guaranteed. Law enforcement agents, looking for fugitives from justice, found no way to break down this system, nor any law which they could interpret as making it illegal to quick freeze. Perhaps the truth is that they did not search too diligently for a law that could be made to apply. As long as the Zaritsky's kept things quiet and did not advertise or attract public attention, they could safely continue their bizarre business. City officials of Los Angeles, and particularly members of the police force, enjoyed a period of unparalleled prosperity. Lawyers and other experts who thought they were on the track of legal means by which to liquidate the Zaritsky empire found themselves suddenly able to buy a ranch or a yacht or both, and retire forever from the arduous task of earning a living. Even with a goodly part of the population of Los Angeles as permanent pensioners, the Zaritsky fortune grew to incredible proportions. By the time the Zaritsky brothers died and left the business to their sons, it was a gold mine, and an inexhaustible one at that. During these later years, the enterprise began to attract a somewhat better class of people. Murderers and other criminals continued to furnish the bulk of the business, but as word of this amazing service seeped through the country, others began to see in it an easy way of solving their problems. They were encouraged, too, by the fact that the process was painless and the firm completely reliable. There were no risks, no accidents, no fatalities. One could, in short, have confidence in the Zaritsky's. Soon after Monahan's great exposure rocked the nation, however, many of these better-type clients leaped into print to tell their experiences. One of the most poignant stories came from the daughter of a Zaritsky client. Her father was still, at the age of 102, passionately interested in politics, but the chances of his lasting until the next election were not good. The daughter herself suggested the deep freeze, and he welcomed the idea. He decided on a 20-year stay because, in his own words, "If the Republicans can't get into the White House in 20 years, I give up." Upon his return, he found that his condition had not been fulfilled. His daughter described him as utterly baffled by the new world. He lived in it just a week before he left it, this time for good. She states his last words were, "How do you people stand it?" Some professional people patronized the Zaritskys, chiefly movie stars. After the expose, fan magazines were filled with accounts of how the stars had kept youthful. The more zealous ones had prolonged their screen lives for years by the simple expedient of storing themselves away between pictures. We may imagine the feelings of their public upon discovering that the seemingly eternal youth of their favorites was due to the Zaritskys, and not, as they had been led to believe, to expensive creams, lotions, diet, and exercise. There was a distinctly unfavorable reaction, and the letter columns of the fan magazines bristled with angry charges of cheating. But next to criminals, the majority of people who applied for quick freezing seems to have been husbands or wives caught in insupportable marital situations. Their experiences were subsequently written up in the confession magazines. It was usually the husband who fled to Los Angeles and incarcerated himself for an appropriate number of years, at the end of which time his unamiable spouse would have died or made other arrangements. If we can believe the magazines, this scheme worked out very well in most cases. There was, inevitably, one spiteful wife who divined her husband's intentions. By shrewd reasoning, she figured approximately the number of years he had chosen to be absent, and put herself away for a like period. In a TV dramatization rather pessimistically entitled, "You Can't Get Away," the husband described his sensations upon being defrosted after 15 years, only to find his wife waiting for him right there in the reception room of the Zaritsky plant. "She was as perfectly preserved as I was," he said. "Every irritating habit that had made my life unbearable with her was absolutely intact." The sins of the fathers may be visited on the sons, but how often we see repeated the old familiar pattern of the sons destroying the life work of the fathers. The Zaritsky brothers were fanatically meticulous. They supervised every detail of their operations and kept their records with an elaborate system of checks and double checks. They were shrewd enough to realize that complete dependability was essential to their business. A satisfied Zaritsky client was a silent client. One dissatisfied client would be enough to blow the business apart. The sons, in their greed, overexpanded to the point where they could not, even among the 4 of them, personally supervise each and every detail. A fatal mistake was bound to occur sooner or later. When it did, the victim broadcast his grievance to the world. The story appeared in a national magazine, every copy of which was sold an hour after it appeared on the stands. Under the title, "They Put the Freeze on Me," John A. Monahan told his tragic tale. At the age of 37, he had fallen desperately in love with a girl of 16. She was immature and frivolous and wanted to play around a little more before she settled down. "She told me," he wrote, "to come back in 5 years, and that started me thinking. In 5 years I'd be 42, and what would a girl of 21 want with a man twice as old as her?" John Monahan moved in circles where the work of the Zaritskys was well known. Not only did he see an opportunity of being still only 37 when his darling reached 21, but he foresaw a painless way of passing the years which he must endure without her. Accordingly, he presented himself for the deep freeze, paid his $3,000 and the $500 storage charge in advance, and left, he claimed, written instructions to let me out in 5 years so there'd be no mistakes. Nobody knows how the slip happened, But somehow John A. Monahan, or rather the number assigned to him, was entered on the books for 25 years instead of 5 years. Upon being defrosted and discovering that a quarter of a century had elapsed, his rage was awesome. Along with everything else, his love for his sweetheart had been perfectly preserved, but she had given up waiting for him and was a happy mother of 2 boys and 6 girls. Monahan's accusation that the Zaritskys had ruined his life may be taken with a grain of salt. He was still a young man, and the rumor that he received $100,000 for the magazine rights to his story was true. As most readers are aware, what has come to be known as Zaritsky's Law was passed by Congress and signed by the President 3 days after Monahan's story broke. 75 years after Mrs. Graham's cat fell into the freezer, it became the law of the land that the mandatory penalty for anyone applying quick freezing methods to any living thing, human or animal, was death. Also, all quick frozen people were to be defrosted immediately. Los Angeles papers reported that beginning on the day Monahan's story appeared, men by the thousands poured into the city. They continued to come, choking every available means of transport for the next 2 days. Until, that is, Zaritsky's Law went through. When we consider the date, and remember that due to the gravity of the international situation, a bill had just been passed drafting all men from 16 to 60, we realize why Congress had to act. The Zaritskys, of course, were among the first to be taken. Because of their experience, they were put in charge of a military warehouse for dehydrated foods and warned not to get any ideas for a new business. End of Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. Recorded by Peter Eastman.